When I was a kid, the women in my village usually gathered in a house at night and told horror stories about jinns. Thus, they unnecessarily scare themselves. Since I was a kid, I used to go to those meetings with my mother, listen to the stories, and be influenced by them. Our village is an old mountain village, which is neglected and secluded. The entire village is on a slope. There is no single flat road. There's no lighting in the streets either, but there's a mill at the entrance of the village. My mother and her friends used to go to the mill in the morning and make cornmeal until the evening. There was cherry laurel and fig trees around the mill. One day, I went to the mill with my mother. The day had not dawned yet, and it could be considered night. We put sacks of corn in the mill to grind and make flour. I had to pee, and the mill didn't have any toilet. I had to pee under a fig tree. After I peed, I went back to the mill again. While I was working in the mill, my mother told me, "I'll go to the house and then come back soon. Don't go anywhere." I don't know if it's psychological, but once I was alone, I started to hear someone calling me by saying, "Hey, hey." I panicked when the door of the mill suddenly opened. I got out of the mill to check whether there was someone outside. Once I got out, I think I saw someone under the fig tree. The light of the mill was not lighting that area much. Maybe this was because I believed the shade I saw was looking at me. Suddenly I thought, I hope that's not a djinn. I shuddered with this thought. I went back into the mill and closed the door. However, it opened again. I panicked when the door suddenly and harshly opened again. I didn't know what to do. Instinctively, I wanted to get out and run as fast as I could. When I got out to do this, I saw dozens of shadows around the mill and in front of me. I went back in, entered the mill, and sat down. I started to say prayers, I remember, while crying. I lost myself with fear. During this time, my mother arrived and took me home. I bruised the arms of my mother with my nails, however, I didn't even realize it. When I returned to normal at home, my mother, father, and other members of my family asked me what happened and why I was so scared. I couldn't tell what I saw to anyone, just because I may feel the same fear again while telling it. In the following days, I wanted to forget the shadows I've seen, but my nightmares didn't allow me to do so. In my nightmares, someone was constantly trying to strangle me. These dreams were so real that I usually woke up out of breath. I had these nightmares every night when I went to bed without ablution. My family, who noticed that I lost mentality, took me to the imam of the village mosque. They told him about me. However, they didn't see any problems in me. He told me that I'm okay, and the problems I suffer could be psychological. However, I wasn't crazy. My family thought mosque imams might not understand such things, and they took me to another Hodja. This Hodja was experienced in jinn haunting and reversing spells. The Hodja put a bowl of water in front of me when we went to meet him, and he said, "Now look at this water carefully. If you see anything in the water, tell me what you see." I swear, I saw the ones who strangled me. I told what I saw to the Hodja. I answered the questions of the Hodja. In the end, the Hodja gave me a vefk. He said, "You have to carry this vefk on you. Jinns cannot approach you as long as you carry this. They cannot harm you. However, if you take it off or lose it, they'll haunt you and they can even kill you." I've been wearing that vefk for years as a necklace. After that day, I had no problems with jinns. However, the problem is, I lost that vefk a few days ago. I don't know what to do. I was in second grade in high school when this event happened. I was staying in a male student dormitory with a scholarship, since my school was in a different city than my hometown. I was quite a successful student too. We had 4 beds in our dorm. Unlike the other rooms in the dormitory, our room was divided into 2 by an aluminium door. The room had a single door. You had to pass through the part of the room we were staying to visit the other room. 3 beds and 3 closets were on one side, and 3 beds and 3 closets were on the other side. The room was for 6 people, but we were staying as 5. Volkan, Senna, and Kurtulus were sleeping on the window side, while I and Sukru were sleeping in the front section of the main door. As 5 roommates, we used to get along with each other very well. Thus, we used to sit together on the window side and chat here. It was a Friday evening. We agreed to buy some snacks together and chat until the morning after school. We went shopping and came to our dormitory. We met in the room by the window and started a conversation. While we were talking about things, the teacher aide visited our room and took attendance. He also said, "Don't stay up late." We told him, "We don't have school tomorrow, we'll sleep until noon." He left. Later, we kept our conversation from where we left. It was late, and we kept talking about things. Then we started to talk about jinns and some supernatural creatures. We were telling horror stories about them without caring whether they were true or not. Since it was late at night, we were afraid of these stories, but we also couldn't stop listening to them. Meanwhile, our friend Volkan was a sleepwalker. Our room was on the 2nd floor. Sometimes we couldn't find Volkan in his bed when we woke up. First, we used to worry, but we got used to it soon. We were even making jokes about it. We told this to our teachers and got the key to our room from Volkan. We used to lock the room to prevent Volkan from going out of the room. We kept talking. It was around 4:30 to 5:30 a.m. We said, "Let's sleep now." Since I'm afraid of such conversations, I said, "I will not go to bed." I said, "I'm afraid of the other side. Keep the lights on. You can sleep. I'll text my girlfriend." My friends told me, "Okay." Sukru was a bit weird. He was not interested in religion. He said, "Screw the jinns." He also cursed them. We all told him, "Don't say such things," and tried to explain the possible dangers he can experience because of these disrespectful words, in line with our beliefs. As expected, he didn't care about what we told him. Sukru went to the other section to sleep alone. I sat down, I was texting with my girlfriend. About 20 minutes passed after everyone fell asleep. However, I was still afraid due to the horror stories that I listened to all night. Thus, I couldn't fall asleep yet. The door of the room was broken. You couldn't open the door unless you put too much pressure on the knob, and sometimes you couldn't open the door at all. We even sometimes kick it. I heard the door opening. I stretched my head forward to see who entered, but couldn't see anyone. I told myself, I think Sukru left the door open and didn't care about it much. Later, the aluminium door that divides the room into 2 opened slowly. I thought the window in the hall was open since I felt a breeze too. I clearly felt the wind. The weather was slightly rainy and windy. I got up and closed both doors. Once I turned around, Volkan woke up. His eyes were wide open and were looking at me. He asked, "Who's sleeping next to me?" Since I know Volkan was a sleepwalker, I said, "Don't talk rubbish. No one is sleeping next to you. Go to sleep." Volkan swore that someone is sleeping next to him. His face is not visible, and he even has black teeth. Although I started to get scared, I was still saying things like, "Volkan, there's no one there. Go to sleep." Volkan got up and said, "They're calling me." I said, "Don't talk rubbish, bro. No one is calling you. Go to sleep." Volkan suddenly rushed towards the door with quick steps. He was a sleepwalker, but he used to move slowly. This time, there was something weird. While Volkan was about to get out of the aluminium door, I caught him from his waist and shouted, "Stop!" However, Volkan kept walking by dragging me. I started to shout to ask for help from my friends. I was shouting, "Sukru, wake up, bro. There's something wrong with Volkan." Meanwhile, Kurtulus woke up and asked, "Who's the one in Volkan's bed?" He asked in fear, "Volkan, who's in your bed?" I turned and looked at the bed while trying to hold Volkan. There was no one in the bed. Senna also woke up to shouting, and I told him, "Go and tell the teacher. Something is happening in the room." Senna jumped out of the bed and went to call the teacher. Meanwhile, Kurtulus was looking at Volkan's bed and was standing still. Volkan was trying to keep going and shouting, "Let go of me. They're calling me. I must go." He was also trying to hit me and run away from me. Suddenly, I think of Sukru. I had no power to hold back Vulcan. I yelled, "Sukru!" but he didn't reply. He wasn't in his bed. Suddenly, I heard breaking glass from outside. Meanwhile, the teacher also arrived. I'm not sure whether it was coincidence or fate, but our teacher aide was our religion teacher on that day. He was more knowledgeable than regular religion teachers. He was holding an old book with a red cover. He would never leave it. He entered the room with the book and caught Vulcan. Senna, me, and the teacher barely put him in the bed. While we were joking, I could easily put Vulcan down on my bed, but the three of us were barely handling him. He was still shouting, "Leave me, I need to go! They're calling me from below." The teacher opened the book and started to read something Arabic. Vulcan was calming as he kept reading. Vulcan slept after the teacher read something for about 5 minutes. However, Vulcan's eyes were red. Suddenly, I remembered that Sukru was not in the bed. I said, "Teacher, Sukru was not in his bed. I heard glass breaking outside." He said, "Run!" The entrance door of the dormitory was aluminium. The top part of it was glass. The glass was broken and there were bloodstains. The door was locked. The teacher unlocked the door with keys and started to run. He was running while saying words in Arabic. We found Sukru lying down ahead. He had cut marks from broken glass on his arms. The teacher and I lifted Sukru. Meanwhile, a few people woke up to the sounds. They also helped us. While they were asking what happened, the teacher said, "Don't talk." However, he was still repeating the Arabic words. He kept saying the same words. We laid Sukru next to Vulcan to Senna's bed. Kirchulis was sitting silent and fixed his eyes on something on the floor. Vulcan was still sleeping and Senna was waiting next to him. The teacher said, "Go, bring cotton or something like that." Then he opened that old book and started to read again. Sukru was breathing, but he seemed unconscious. We were calling him, but he didn't wake up. I was trembling with fear. I felt there was a burden on me and felt lighter as the teacher kept reading. Later, I fell asleep. We were at the hospital when I woke up. All teachers, the principal and vice principals were gathered and waiting in the emergency room. All 4 of us but Senna were lying in beds. We had a serum in our arms. I asked, "What happened, teacher?" He asked, "What did you do at night?" Senna already said, "We talked about jinns, my teacher." He showed Sukru's back. There was a red hand mark on his back, which was a bit larger than a regular human hand. He said, "Jinns visited you. If I wasn't there, they could kill all of you." He also said, "If you wouldn't hold Vulcan, he would be just like Sukru." We stayed at the hospital for 2 days under observation. Our religion teacher didn't leave us alone. Then we returned to school. They let us rest for a month, and we didn't visit the school. They sent us back to our hometowns. I stuttered for a year after the event, but I got better later. The hand mark on Sukru's back remained for 2 years. Nothing happened to anyone after the event, apart from our deteriorated psychology. Once we got back to school, they placed all of us in different rooms. I couldn't stand everything and dropped out of school. I couldn't sleep in the dormitory. Our religion teacher still calls us and asks whether anything else happened. Sometimes, goods that I remember in their place get lost. When I talked about it, my teacher told me that jinns are playing games with you. If they would haunt you, you would not have stayed like this until now. My mother took me to a hodja and ordered an amulet. I do not take it off, even while taking a bath. Year 1986. There was no electricity or roads in the village. The villagers had to go to Elazig, a city of Turkey, to meet their needs. The road to the centre was 2 to 3 kilometers from the village. It was necessary to be on this road at 4:30 a.m. to reach Elazig. There was only one car that went to Elazig. The car was coming back at noon. The road used to go to Elazig was called Demon Creek by the villagers, and they thought that strange events were happening there. and that it wasn't auspicious. Me and two of my friends started preparing at 3 p.m. to hit the road. The road we had to cross that included the Demon Creek to reach Elazig was on our minds. First, we planned to cross the Ridgeway, then the Demon Creek, and enter the highway that leads to Elazig. Afterwards, we hit the road. We lit our cigarettes while being in deep conversation. It was utter darkness. There wasn't even moonlight. We were slowly encouraging ourselves to cross the Demon Creek and thinking about that moment. We were getting close to the Demon Creek, but first we had to cross the Ridgeway. The path was so narrow that two people could not walk side by side, and it was filled with big bushes. We were moving in a single line. I was the last one in the row. The first guy in the row, named Kamal, suddenly stopped, and he mentioned that there was a black dog watching us without moving on the way. I thought to myself, it's one of our village dogs. My friends were very nervous. We were getting more scared of the stories that we had heard since our childhood. I was scared and started reciting a Muslim prayer. The dog suddenly got out of the way and disappeared after moving a few meters away in the bushes. After the dog had disappeared, we thought to ourselves what the dog was doing there and continued to walk. After walking for 1 to 2 minutes, Kamal suddenly stopped again and yelled, "It's the same dog again, Hassan," before moving a few steps back. 3 of us didn't know what to do because of confusion and fear. The dog was looking at us again. I recited the prayer again. The dog stood up and vanished again in the bushes. My friend said, "Hassan, let's go back and don't go there." And I said, "We need to cross this road. If we don't, we'll have to tomorrow. We'll use this road for shopping," and calm them down. Then we continued on our path. My friends were scared. Of course, so do I. We were talking about why the dog appeared at us again. I tried to calm them down by saying it's just a common dog and following us. We continued on our path. We couldn't believe what we had seen after 3 to 5 minutes. A coal-black goat was standing on the road blocking the way. We were so scared. We started to pray. The goat suddenly disappeared. The disappearance of the goat made me comprehend that these events weren't ordinary at all, and we got scared seriously, but going back was unnecessary. I calmed my nerves and went to the first row of the line, and I backed my friends. I was both praying and continuing our route. It was only a sharp corner left for the Demon Creek. We were shocked when we finished crossing the sharp corner. What we had seen was indescribable. Long, white as snow, shining silhouette, shape, mass, whatever. It was obvious that it had arms and legs, but its face was ambiguous, and so it started to create sounds of rumble, scream, crying. We closed our ears with our hands. We were throwing ourselves out of fear and flapping on the ground. At the same time, there was blind shining. I started to recite my known prayers. My friends were yelling, cursing, and they didn't know what they were doing. I was thinking about how to escape the situation and staying calm. I dragged my friends out of that incident. The screaming voices turned into laughter while we were escaping from there. The laughter echoed in our minds. We headed back to the village, but we didn't know he would come back. At the entrance of the village, there was the house of Kamal. When Kamal's parents saw us, they couldn't believe their eyes. They said, "What's the matter with you? You have paleness in your face." We couldn't speak, trembling continuously, making noises like dummies. They informed our relatives. They also came here. They tried to grasp the situation with their mind. I rested for a while and drank some water and told them the story. The villagers were stunned. They told us to thank God that you could come in one piece. We thought that we saved ourselves, but from sunrise to sunrest for 40 days, we had heavy headaches, skin rash, and huge herpes in our lips. I used to work at multiple different clothing stores at the same mall near Cleveland, Ohio. I started working there when I was 17, and the energy felt very off, and I would see shadows all the time. But it was Hollister after all, so it was very dark in there with tons of plants, so I discounted it as that. It wasn't until I worked at Abercrombie and Fitch that it was thought we had a little girl ghost in there. Hangers could be heard moving in rooms we knew no one was in after the store had closed. Many incidents occurred there, but the one that sticks out to me is that we were there until 4 a.m. one morning doing a floor set, and there had been 13 of us there. By the end of it, it was down to 3 and 2 people were taking the trash out and 1 girl was left inside. She heard a little voice say, "I want my mommy." The next summer, I was home from college. I worked at another store at this same mall in a different section. This is where I truly believed we had something going on. I have many stories about this store. Our manager would get calls every night at 4 in the morning about the alarms going off and the police coming. But the alarm company kept saying it had to be mice. We never found mice droppings in the store. We had a conversion tracker under the doorway that would give our company the ratio of people who came in versus people who came in and bought something. The tracker was set up to only track people over 4 feet tall, to not add children into the percentage, from the hours from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Our conversion tracker caught something over 4 feet tall walking into the store at 4 a.m, the same time the alarms were going off. The energy of the store felt extremely off. I'd hold my pee for hours so I wouldn't have to go into the back room alone. My manager was in the back, and she felt her hair being pulled and children laughing at it, and we'd hear noises coming from the back of the store and things out of the corner of our eyes walking in the back. The most clear one I saw was I was walking in the back sock room, which wasn't very big, and saw something. About 7 feet tall and was grey, staticky looking between the wall and the walkway, about 5 feet from me. Our mannequins were beige, and I know what I saw. A little girl came in and tugged on her mom's skirt while pointing to the back of the store and said, "Mommy, there's a ghost in there." We were doing our annual inventory, and the manager told an employee to get up on the ladder and make sure we weren't missing anything, and to look in offhand places in the store, just to make sure everything was accounted for. We had these fake exposed pipes in the store, so the employee looked in there. He found a balled up t-shirt that had something about death and skulls on it. No one would have put that shirt up in there. I no longer work there, but I always wonder what was truly going on and why these spirits were trapped in this relatively new mall, if they were tied to the land it was built on. I'd love to learn what people think could have been going on, or what it was that was bothering us, or if anyone knows the history of the area. People say this a lot. Never mock a ghost. But most people think you can't mock something that doesn't exist. I believed you couldn't mock something that doesn't exist. How do you expect me to believe a concept similar to Santa or God? Well, no one truly understands or believes until they get given some sort of sign. I always thought the idea of ghosts was stupid. Just something people can make petty money on by fools willing to pay to watch them run around and scream at any given noise. Despite not believing in them, I'm an adrenaline junkie, so I loved going to haunted places for the thrill of it. This started on holiday when I got offered a tour of a haunted basement. I was around 12 at the time, and I caught something on camera I'll never forget. It was the full face of an older boy at the end of the corridor in the basement, his mouth wide open. For so long, I brushed it off as being a light or something completely normal. I was so ignorant. But years later, at the age of 16, something happened that opened my mind forever. I mindlessly mocked a ghost. I was in one of the most haunted places in the UK, and my ignorant self thought it was fake. I took my finger off the Ouija board while mocking the ghosts, calling it bullshit. It was cold, and I went sweaty hot, unlike the others with me, and I fainted. I woke in a puddle of my own blood. It was a warmth like no other. It was when my mind went loopy from the heat that I started taking my coat off and undressing. The warmth wouldn't go. When I woke up in that pool of blood, I was cold again, but almost freezing. Something was watching me in the basement, it must have been. When I fainted, I saw something standing behind me. Now, a year later, I study the paranormal. I contact spirits safely if I wanted to, but my advice to everyone now is never mock a ghost, no matter what you believe. It's not safe. Don't play around with this type of stuff. I've always been into the horror genre, and I'm very intrigued by people's paranormal experiences, but I can't say that I'd actually believe in ghosts myself. I always try to find a logical explanation, no matter what the situation is, but there are a couple of rather creepy experiences I've had which I just can't figure out. I'd love to hear your thoughts about these two experiences. The first occasion took place late in the evening, when I was in the middle of a phone call with my friend. All of a sudden, the lights started to flicker. Unusual, but I wasn't creeped out by this. Not until the phone went crazy. My friend's voice got all distorted, and soon it sounded like someone was outright screaming into the phone. No need to say that this freaked me enough to end the call. My friend called me back soon after that. She told me she didn't notice anything weird on her end. I headed to bed not long after we ended the call. As usual, my cat followed me, but this time he just sat on the bedside table and stared at the bedroom door. He absolutely refused to look anywhere else, no matter what I did, just keenly staring in that direction. I fell asleep at some point, but he kept doing that for the rest of the time I was awake. Only reasonable explanation I've been able to come up with is some type of electromagnetic pulse or something like that. That could explain the electronics, but my cat's weird behaviour is still a mystery. The second occasion was weirder than the first one. My roommate went away for the weekend, and I was left alone at home. As usual, she made sure to lock her room door after her and did the usual double check by trying the door handle. Maybe an hour after she left, I was sitting in the living room browsing the internet and stuff like that. From my peripheral vision, I saw how the door of her room began to creep open. I had seen her lock it, so naturally I was freaking out that someone had been lurking in there, opening the door from the inside. The room was totally dark and I couldn't see inside, so I just sat there scared shitless. Eventually, when nothing else happened, I had no choice but to go and take a peek inside. I couldn't see anyone in there, but the room was freezing and smelled absolutely horrid. I checked if she had left the window open, but it was shut tight. Here in Finland, houses are typically built to be very thermally efficient, and they're not that cold even during the winter. Our building wasn't an exception, and this happened in fall, when it wasn't even that cold outside yet. I have no idea what could have caused the smell. I had been in her room before she left, and there was nothing odd about the smell. After checking the room, I just locked the door and tried my best to forget about it. When my roommate returned a few days later, the room was completely normal. No coldness, no smell, nothing. She didn't sleep very well after I told her what happened. This story takes place a few weekends ago, when my friend and I were driving to a show about an hour and a half away from where we live. He had picked me up from my house and the sky was clear, but it started raining heavily about 15 to 20 minutes into the drive. It became so heavy that my friend and I weren't talking to each other at all, and the music was turned way down so that he could focus on the road, which was practically invisible due to the rain. It was like this for another 10 to 15 minutes, but then the rain lightened up again. This pattern would continue throughout our whole drive, to the show and back. We drove for a while, and were talking about and laughing about that we didn't have to focus so much on driving. Then, in front of us, about 30 feet, we saw a man walking on the left side of the road, along the grass strip that separates the lanes going in different directions. The man was older, maybe around 60, black, and wearing all white. I went quiet. I saw this man just appear out of thin air in front of the car. The view was clear and the road was straight, so he couldn't have crossed the road or been walking for a long time without one of us seeing him. I hadn't been looking at my phone or at my friend either, so I couldn't have just been distracted. He just came out of nowhere. It took a moment before my friend to notice him. We zipped by this man, and my friend yelled something like, "Holy shit, where did that guy come from?" We both were freaking out a little now, and I turned to look out the back window while my friend checked the rear view mirror. Neither of us could see the man at all. He vanished just as quickly as he appeared. My friend worriedly asked me if I saw the same thing as him, or if I had seen the guy before and he just hadn't been paying attention. I told him I hadn't, and jokingly asked if he believed in ghosts now. I've always been a believer and have a few other experiences before, but he's a huge skeptic about all those sorts of things. He didn't answer me for a moment, but then he started laughing and said, "Yeah, maybe I do." We moved on with the conversation after a few minutes. After the event, we both kept our eye out for the man. Of course, we didn't see him, but it was still a crazy experience. I rarely have a paranormal experience with someone else there to confirm that I'm not crazy. I still have no idea what happened exactly, but I'm wondering if anyone has had any similar experiences on the road. I want to say this was around Christmas time. I live in a split-level ranch layout, and downstairs we have a type of living room. Down there is mainly used for my little siblings' play area, but there are 2 couches and one of which can fold out into a futon. I would sleep down there a few times throughout the week, just because I enjoy the openness of the room. It's not the most comfy thing to sleep on, therefore it takes a little bit to actually fall asleep. This hasn't happened since. This one night, I did nothing out of the ordinary before falling asleep. I just watched some YouTube, and then after a certain point, I decided I was too tired to continue. So I put down my phone and closed my eyes. I remember being in a state in which I felt like I was half awake and half asleep. I can almost explain it as my body was in autopilot, and I was just watching things occurring. I had no control. In this state, I look towards the end of the futon. I see what I believe to be some sort of woman. I say this because it seemed human-like, but I couldn't tell. It was trying to scare me. I wasn't giving in. She looked at me with a confused look, almost like she was saying, "Why am I not staring you?" She then started moving around, trying to scare me again, but with no success. I believe I went back to sleep after this. I then became aware once again. This time, my eyes were closed. I felt something slowly tugging on my arm. The strength began slowly increasing until it stopped. Then out of nowhere, I felt a huge amount of force drag me by my arm. My eyes opened, and I saw many colours spiralling around me. It was almost like the background of the transitions in that 70s show. It was a couple of months ago, late November through late December. It started out with feeling extremely exhausted and depressed, and I think that's when this entity decided to prey on me. Dreams are where it started. I would hear things like chantings of Satan, 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 or 1, 2, Satan is coming for you. Then the feeling of dread, like I was about to be dragged by my toes to hell. Then there was the dream that a possessed doll was chasing me around a labyrinth of a house, screaming, "Satan will get you." So I am religious, so I prayed on it and asked God for help. It didn't help. This thing still stalked me. It wasn't afraid of God, and that shook me to my core. My boss and I talked about it because he was a very religious man. He sent me some prayers to say. It helped, for maybe a day or 2. Then things got worse. Much, much worse. I was in the shed at work one day and heard something growling at me. I thought, okay, maybe an animal. Looked around for one. Nothing there, and nothing can get under the shed. That was odd, I thought, but got what I needed and went about my day. Well, that same day, as I stood in the dining room, I saw a tall black figure. that was only legs and a torso run across our parking lot. Told my manager about it because I thought maybe it was a person. She went to look and nobody was out there. So this is getting weird and terrifying. Well, the only person I told about it was my boss, so finally I broke down and told my friend. She tells me, I hate to tell you this, but the other night I woke up and there was a shadow figure leaning over your bed. That night I had a dream that this thing was trying to attack me and woke up to my bed shaking and something growling at me. Alright, now I was petrified. Told my mom about it and she told me I should talk to my granny about it because she's dealt with this her whole life. So I do, and she tells me to buy a crucifix and always wear it. I do that and it doesn't help. I'm at a total loss at this point. What do I do? I finally put it on Facebook. Hey, this is what I'm going through at this point. I don't care if people think I'm insane. I'm thinking maybe I am insane. So a lot of people reach out and someone suggests reading Psalms 91. I try that and praise the Lord it works. Well, sort of. I had a dream that night about the thing and I tried my hardest to call out to my loved ones for help, but couldn't talk. It was silencing me no matter what I heard. My deceased uncle appeared, looked at me back at me and said, Kayla, I'll be damned if I let that thing hurt you. I saw it one more time after that. Looked at it and said, I don't think so. It left and I haven't seen it since. I work in a public high school that used to be a military academy. The old part of the building still exists as the administration section of the building. I attended this school and had never heard any rumours of it being haunted until I started working there. During my first week of work, I was in the old part of the building. I suddenly smelled cigar smoke. I mentioned it to my co-worker and he just laughed and said, oh, that's just the ghost. I've since learned that a lot of people experience this in the old part of the building. I understand that this is easily explainable and could be nothing. My second and more unexplainable experience occurred about 2 years into my employment and was also experienced by one of my co-workers. We were doing some wiring work in a small closet. We had just finished up and shut the heavy solid wood door. My co-worker was leaning against the door and we were talking. Suddenly, there was a loud boom and the door physically moved like something slammed into it from inside the closet. We opened it back up and there was nothing there. I have no explanation for this. While leaving the school late at night, I always felt like there's something watching me from the attic window of the old building. One time, I even thought I saw a face in the window. No one has access to the attic because it's kind of dangerous and locked. I've been up there a few times to do wiring work. It still has all the old wood and wallpaper and such from the 1800s. The attic area used to be dorms for the military school. There's been electricity and ductwork added up there, so it's not easy to walk around. I know other employees who swear they've had experiences as well. The facilities director and a teacher both saw someone in a cadet outfit standing in a hallway on different nights. When spoken to, the cadet went around a corner and vanished. Our maintenance guy said that he was working in the old part of the building and a kid wearing old-timey clothes appeared under the ladder he was standing on. He told the kid he wasn't supposed to be there and looked away for a second, and the kid just vanished. One of the overnight custodians swears that he hears horses walking at night sometimes. I'm sure there are other employees that have seen or heard things, but it's not something that comes up in normal conversations. I remember it like it was yesterday. About 2 weeks after my father passed away from cancer, in the summer of 2009, I was sitting in the family room with my mother. I was watching TV and flipping through the channels and stopped on VH1. And the song that was playing was Eric Clapton's Tears in Heaven. I remember my mum listening to the song and saying, "Your dad like Eric Clapton?" as she stood in the entrance to the family room and me on the couch. All of a sudden, the blinds to our left shut closed, all very abruptly. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but when have you guys ever had the blinds on your house suddenly close by themselves? Seeing that happen literally in front of my eyes, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. It was like a warm, comforting feeling because I knew all along it was my father. I wasn't scared. It was just a surprise after all. Fast forward about 2 months later, after we had his wake at the house. My mother and I had an argument one night. We never really had a strong relationship with each other growing up. I was mostly with my dad. She was closer to my older brother. I think mostly because my brother was abused by our biological father when he was born, till about 3 years old. Anyways, after our argument, I'll never forget what my mom told me at the end of it. She said to me, "I hope Daddy tickles your feet tonight." Really not thinking much of it, I went to bed, and as you can guess, that's exactly what happened. As I'm laying there in bed staring at the ceiling, I feel the room go cold as ice. And when I say that, I could see my breath in the room. It was as if the whole room was frozen over. I wrapped my body quickly, not even thinking about what my mother told me earlier. I left my feet hanging off the bed and felt the cold sting of fingers at the bottom of my feet. Again, no fear at the time, because even at 12 years old, to be naive at the fact that this could be anyone else besides my father, I laid there telling myself, how can this be real? It felt cold. Not like ice cubes to my feet, but an indescribable feeling, really, of how it felt to feel such an experience. When I looked towards the end of my bed, thinking I would see my father there, and seeing the complete emptiness of the room instead, the pain in my heart at the time, man, let me tell you. This is now about 13 or 14 years ago. I'm 25 years old now, and barely am I laying here telling this story. To believe that there's so many people out there that don't believe in the paranormal, well, I've experienced it firsthand. Since then, I've never had another experience. Growing up in central Louisiana, I had always heard of Frenchtown Road growing up. How it was haunted, and there was a witch and various occult activities and KKK meetings. My dad always told me he would bring me, but the first time I went was Halloween night 2020, around 12 p.m. Me, my friend's mom, driving, and 3 of my friends decided to drive down to Frenchtown and check out an old abandoned building that they had been to a few times. So in the dark, we drive down Frenchtown. Under the bridge, notorious for cars mysteriously stopping under it, and people being hung from it. You can read about it in the Weird Louisiana book or Google it. We eventually get to a driveway and park, and we all got out and made the trek toward the old house in the dark through a field. My friends had checked the house out around 2 weeks back, and it was still there. But when we got to the house, there was nothing there but the foundation, with no signs of construction or any debris, and there was grass growing over the foundation. After freaking out a bit and standing on the foundation scaring each other, we decided to head back to the car. Now this is when things get much crazier and paranormal. We all get in the car and it won't start. Everyone except me and my best friend were flipping out, but eventually the car started. We quickly pulled off, but not a minute after we get to the bridge. We're probably going around 40 miles an hour, and the second we got onto the bridge, the car shut off. My friend's mom was hyperventilating and crying, trying to get the car to start again, but this was the most upset I had ever seen her. After about 2 minutes in the pitch black, the car came back on, and we got the hell out of there. One of my friends said she saw a figure in a white dress in the road on the way back, but it could have just been nerves. To this day, this is the most unexplainable thing to have ever happened to me, and I fully believe it was paranormal in nature. We lived in a big old army house in the middle of beautiful woodland, miles from anywhere. It was very dark at night and very quiet with no passing traffic. The house had double doors from the dining room into the sitting room. We had a huge elderly cat, Tom, and adopted a greyhound, Dave. Tom could stand his own ground, but as Dave had high prey drive, we made sure that they weren't in a room alone until they had got used to each other. So Tom had the run of the kitchen and dining room, and we kept the double doors closed into the sitting room. Tom quickly learned that if he scratched 3 times against the double doors and headbutted them a few times, someone would open the doors and he could come in and taunt the greyhound. The double doors were old and heavy, but Tom was a big cat, and he could shake them slightly when headbutting them. Some months later, at a very grand old age, Tom died and was buried in the garden he so loved. I was heartbroken and became sleepless. I therefore found myself one night sitting watching TV, Dave alongside me in the early hours. I should mention at this point that I'm a very pragmatic person. I was wide awake and focused on the TV when I heard scratch, scratch, scratch at the double doors, exactly the way in which Tom used to tell us he wanted to enter the room. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, but I figured I had misheard, until it happened again, followed by the doors moving as if they were being pushed from the other side. This repeated several times. The doors were moving to such a degree that it looked as if they could imminently burst open. I never believed in being paralysed with fear until that day. Dave, sitting beside me, stared fixedly at the doors. Eventually, I managed to flee upstairs with Dave at my side and lay in bed shaking. I woke early, but my husband was already downstairs and obviously checking out the double doors. I shakily asked, "Why are you doing that?" To which he replied, the blood draining from his face, "Oh my God, you've seen it too?" This had apparently been going on at intervals ever since Tom died, and he had just witnessed it again. We scoured the house, stamped up and down the stairs to see if we could make the doors move, went through every possible explanation, and found none. We reassured each other, it's just Tom, and we loved him. But after that, we left the double doors open all the time, so we never had to do it again. I don't know exactly how old I was back then, but I think I was probably around 5th grade. All I know is I was still not in high school back then. It was the middle of the night. My mom and younger brother and me slept in one big bed on the 2nd floor of our house, and there was a window across from us. It had no glass, just basically a square hole we call a window, and attached a dirty cloth we called a curtain to block the outside and to close the window when it's nighttime. Everyone except me was asleep, because I have this tradition where I don't sleep until I pray. Because when I was even younger back then, I was always afraid to go to sleep for some reason, and Mom and Dad told me that if you pray, God will protect you from all the bad creatures while you're asleep, and you won't have nightmares and whatnot. It eventually became a habit of mine though. Whenever I go to sleep, I pray, and my prayers back then were so long, I kid you not, that even I was annoyed by it. So it usually takes around when everyone is finally asleep, except me, to actually force myself to start praying and finally go to sleep. Like I said, it was probably midnight when it happened. I was about near finished praying when I felt this cold breeze I've never felt before, even till now. It wasn't like any cold wind or ordinary electric fan wind. I might even say colder than an aircon wind. The wind passed by me, and that's when I opened my eyes from my praying and looked at the window where a wind from the outside swept the curtains away to make an opening for this white shining orb that came floating in. I was dumbstruck, to be honest. Then it came floating towards me. That's when my already fast beating heart beated more harder and faster, and I could literally feel it beating in my chest. When it was halfway towards me, I hid in my blankets and closed my eyes, kept praying so I could finish my prayer and finally sleep when I was done. I opened my eyes again and saw through the fabrics of my blanket and saw it was circling on top of my head and face. It wasn't like very close to me, just floating on top, barely in hand's reach if you reach hard enough. I just closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep. The next day, I didn't tell anyone because I just thought of it as my imagination or just a dream. I mixed with reality, or maybe I don't know what's just me going crazy. Well, I would have kept thinking it was just my imagination if it didn't happen again. It actually creeps me because when it happened for a second and last time, it was the exact same settling, exactly the same. The same spot on the bed my brother and mom and me took. Looked as if it was somewhere on the same time of the night. Everyone was asleep except me, because I was too lazy to pray again like any other night. I don't think the blanket was the same though, but maybe it was. I don't really remember. I was on the part of my prayer where I was nearly finished. Felt that weird cold breeze again. Looked at the window. Another wind pulled away the curtain to make an opening. The orb came in, but this time it was flickering. I think it shone more brightly and was more white, if that makes sense, but I think it was also kind of like it was weakening because of the constant flickering. I ducked under my blanket like last time, finished my prayer, opened my eyes again, and it was doing what it was doing like last time on the same spot. But I think the way it circled grew bigger than last time, and it was flickering so much now too, disappearing and reappearing again and again. I forced myself to sleep like last time. Then I told my mom, who was with my aunt when I told her. They told me that it was just my imagination. I told them, how could it be an imagination though? Because it can't be just imagination. I felt the cold, weird wind when it wasn't even windy, and our electric fan was pointing at my lower area. It couldn't have gotten my whole body, nor could it be that cold out of nowhere. And the curtain physically moved with the wind. I even heard the swoosh of the wind that moved it. And the orb too. It can't be in my imagination, because even when I closed my eyes and ducked under my blanket, it was still there. It can't be my imagination, because if it is, it then means my touch, sight, and even my hearing imagined it all. And also, forgot to add, those 2 nights it wasn't raining or was windy at all. It was just a normal, weatherless night. And I honestly believe those weren't ordinary winds, because the way it moved the curtain was as if to make way for that orb. And the cold, weird wind that I felt, it was as if it was something to grab my attention. Now, when I tell this story to people, most of them think either that's creepy or weird, or trying to explain it with something ordinary or with science and logic. But they could never explain all the incidents happening together. The most bizarre ones being, maybe it was God, Jesus, guardian angel testing you because you were praying. I seriously think that's not the case, to be honest, because, come on. One that made me feel bad was that my grandma said that maybe it was a lost soul or ghost trying to ask for help or something along those lines. Because it's known in some of my family members that I've seen some things back then that no one else had seen. It wasn't crazy or anything, but just having little glimpses of some things in the corner of my eye, or just feeling something. Sometimes, albeit rarely, glimpses of the future. Me and my aunt have the same thing, but it's not as big or as strong as an open third eye. I seriously don't want it to open, if you ask me. She was 15 years old when this occurred, while she was home in the middle of the night. Late spring had arrived. She thought it was June. She remembered that because her windows were open and there was a breeze coming in, the temperature was not so hot that there was a need for air conditioning. She could smell the lily of the valley, the scent wafted in through the open window. After laundering her sheets that day, she revelled in the crisp and fresh feeling. The night was pleasant. It was cool, but not cold in the early evening. She was in a deep sleep when she woke up. Grogginess was her first feeling, and confusion came over her as she contemplated what had happened for a moment. She was laying on her side with the covers pulled up, almost over her head. The night had turned a little chilly. Rather than get up and close the windows, she unconsciously opted to pull the covers up. At first, the grogginess was powerful, and she almost went back to sleep when she felt a feeling of sheer dread. There was this feeling that she was in danger, and goosebumps developed on her skin. She didn't move, and she stayed frozen in place, not wanting to know what was happening. She felt like she needed to keep still and not move. Whatever this was would go away without bothering her. She heard a beeping sound that gave out 5 or 6 mid-toned beeps. It almost sounded like an older digital alarm clock. A strange sound, like rustling and scampering or something or someone, was the next thing she heard. Like the noise came directly over her bed. Terror began washing over her, but she knew that she must look and see what was happening. She couldn't keep her head covered and ignore it any longer. Reluctantly, she turned her head and pulled down the blanket. Over her bed was a ceiling fan. She saw a figure hanging on the fan. It looked like a cloth dummy or doll, child-sized, with limbs that had no hands or feet. The ends of the arms and leg looked rounded. She wasn't sure how it got there and why it was there. For just a moment, she thought it was a prank by someone. Within what couldn't be longer than taking a breath, this thing dropped down 3 to 5 inches. She was startled, and she let out a scream, yet the cry seemed stifled. It didn't come out as loud as she had intended. This dummy roll had its head turned upwards toward the ceiling fan. She realized that was the back of its head, when the head started to turn to look at her. It had a drawn set of glasses on the face. There was no nose that she remembers, and a horizontal line for a mouth. It felt like this thing was staring at her. The dummy was focused on her intensely. She was paralyzed in fear and couldn't move. Bile came up in her throat, and the horizontal line for the mouth slowly curved upward into a smile. The thing was happy that she was frightened. She had a strong feeling come over her. At once, she had a feeling like she should not see the dummy. She knew this thing wanted to hurt her, and she knew she had to try to run. She couldn't explain it. She couldn't say that the thoughts were telepathic communication. At this moment, the feeling of staying where she was came over her. It won't take her this time, she thought. She felt this thing was looking after her for some nefarious reason to kidnap her, when whatever this thing determined was the time to take her. She didn't hear individual words come into her mind. She felt it. She was uncertain about how to explain it. The experience was like a thought that popped into her head. She didn't feel like she was receiving a message or hearing words in her mind. Somehow, she knew these thoughts that came into being in her mind were not her own. Moments after the idea of running came into her mind, and these intrusive thoughts manifested, this thing jumped down on the end of her bed and jumped to the floor. The dummy ran for her bedroom door, opened it, and exited her room. Most people say it happened so fast. That was an understatement for me. When he jumped and ran, it was like he was a video on fast forward. Her door stood wide open. Her parents heard something loud and within some seconds ran out of their room, saw her door open, and her in bed visibly traumatized. Her father walked through the hallway to the patio door. It stood wide open. For some reason, the front door was wide open as well. Her father asked her what happened. Why were the doors open? She was still shaken up and couldn't tell him what had happened. She told him she woke up to find someone in her room. She said this person ran out. Her mom came to her and sat on the side of her bed. Jane, who was it? She explained to her it was dark, but she didn't think it was someone she knew. She couldn't explain to them what she saw. They wouldn't believe her. She was confident she was awake, but this was so unusual. Her parents later thought she had a sleepwalking dream, and she opened all the doors and made the sounds. At least, that's what they said. But she believes they knew there was no way she had time to open all the doors and get back into her room and to bed before they came out of their bedroom to look and see what was making the noise that woke them up. Sometimes they would say, that time that someone may have hidden in your room. She scoured the internet, hoping to find someone else who had a similar experience. And the closest kind of thing that she found was when people came across these entities known as stick figures. It reminded her because this was a thing you would not expect to see in your real life, and moving and interacting with the environment. People had a feeling of fear or uncertainty when encountering these things. She shares this in the hope others may have heard something similar happen to them. She's still traumatized by the event. If she wakes up in the middle of the night out of the blue, she fears this thing will come and take her. Sometimes she has dreams of this thing, a kind of replay of what happened to her, like post-traumatic stress disorder. She believes those dreams are not reliving a traumatic event. Instead, this dummy was projecting these into her mind as a way to feed off her fear from afar. She doesn't know what the dummy doll's true intentions were, but she felt like it enjoyed her intense fear. It seemed like it got satisfaction from her energy. This event happened 30 years ago, and her later feelings after having these dreams. She tells you this as best as she can, what occurred, and what she believes happened. To properly tell you this story, I must lay out the situation of what was going on. So a few years back, about 2009 if I'm not mistaken, me and my family lived in Virginia. My father usually came home in the late hours of the night due to his job, forcing him to work late. My mother thought it'd be fun to take me and my sister out for some ice cream. It was a completely normal night, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary, even right before we left. So we were driving to a restaurant and my mother's phone started ringing. My mother hit confirm on the car's console and my father's voice was on the other end of the line. His tone sounded perplexed and he had a slight stutter in the moment. It was something like I hadn't heard in his voice before. "Hey, is Seal with you guys?" he asked. Yeah, why?" my mother replied. "What? I just heard him. That's impossible." "He's right in the car with us," my mother said. We could hear the sounds of a series of thumps in the background. "I'll call you back," my father said before he ended the call. He later told us that he heard a young child with a voice akin to mine say, "Daddy?" as he heard footsteps slamming down the stairs, like I'd always do whenever I'd go down those stairs. My father called "yeah" to the child he thought was stomping down the stairs. He got no response, but more slamming footsteps. My father said he had seen the shadow of a child coming down the stairs, and when it rounded the corner of the steps, the shadow just dissipated when whatever it was would have been in view. He was sitting on the couch watching TV when it happened, and he could see the lower half of the stairs from his seat. So it freaked him out, and he immediately called us to ask if I was home. I still have no clue to this day why whatever it was chose to mimic me, but I'm glad it intended to do no harm. A few years ago, my wife was sitting in a restaurant when a waitress came over to take her order, but kept looking at her strangely. The waitress leaves with the order, and my wife's left sits there wondering what the waitress's problem was. 20 minutes later, the waitress comes back with the food and starts to chat to my in-laws. She then looks at my wife and says, "You've got the gift, but you're blocking it," later indicating the gift was contacting and seeing spirits. Turns out my wife has seen spirits, but only passed on pets. Fast forward a few years and we lose our nephew to cancer. 4 months on and we lost our daughter to sepsis. Another 6 months pass by in a complete blur. My wife and I then go and see a local psychic. We had never met this lady before, but we heard good things. We went to her home to sit down, and before we started, she looked at my wife and again she's told, "You have the gift, but you're blocking it." Now the first time in the restaurant we kind of brushed it off, but two complete strangers saying exactly the same thing can't be a coincidence. We finished our session, which was amazing, and as we left, she said to my wife that she has a gift and should use it. It's now been 4 years since our daughter's passing, and since we've seen the psychic, my wife's tried to unblock her abilities and learn how to use them. She kinda has, but she can't control them. There have been several occasions where she's seen our nephew and our daughter, and she's also felt my uncle's and grandfather's presence, either just standing beside us, or in our home, or just feeling they're around. But even though she's tried to communicate, she doesn't get a response apart from the odd smile, and that's about it. But we were at our daughter's grave one night recently. Our nephew's a few rows down. I left my wife with our daughters while I checked on our nephews. I came back to her and she was scared, almost shaking. I got her in the car and we left. She then explained to me that she felt a massive presence in the graveyard. She explained it as if she was at the front of a queue with lots of people just staring at her from behind. She also said some didn't feel friendly. Now, she hasn't had a lot of contact since then, and nothing negative to make sure we haven't gone to the graveyard in the evening. But she still wants to learn how to use her abilities, but she wants to keep safe, but we have no idea how to learn how to use them, how to refine them, but most importantly, keep her safe and the nasty away. Can anyone help advise us how to do this? There isn't an idiot's guide, as it were, and no classes. So what do we do? To start off, I live in a relatively new home, built in the 90s. I've lived here for 5 years now, and to my knowledge, nobody has passed away here. However, a few years ago, I discovered an old cabin was built on the land, likely by a settler in the 1800s. And it's very possible there was a Native American camp here, sometime in the past as well. I know this because there's an old rock foundation on my property, not too far from my house, and the yard is littered with obsidian arrowheads. My first paranormal experience was about 4 years ago, when I was about to exit the bathroom, and I was home alone. The second I put my hand on the bathroom door's handle, I felt an overwhelming sense of fear wash over me, and I have no explanation for this sensation. It took me over 10 minutes to calm down and decide to leave the bathroom. However, just as I exited the bathroom, I heard a loud scream and stomping. The scream being distant and the stomping coming from upstairs. Like any normal person without any knowledge of ghosts or the paranormal, I bolted from my home and did not come back until that night. After my first experience, I started experiencing recurring nightmares of my home being invaded by demons that took on the form of my family members. These nightmares got so vivid, I eventually would wake up to night terrors and sleep paralysis. It took 2 months for these nightmares to end, and they only ended when I stopped being afraid of the demons. However, 1 year ago, I woke up to being strangled by a little girl, and she didn't stop until I told her I'm not afraid. After the nightmare phase ended, I didn't experience any paranormal activity until recently, only about 6 or 7 months ago. One night, I woke up to a tapping on my window. At first, I thought it was raining or something, until I realised the tapping was in rhythm. I live in a relatively secluded area, so the only things that could be doing this were an animal, a person, or a ghost. As much as I would love to choose the first option, logic overrules that decision. I often ignored the tapping, thinking the ghost, if that's what was causing it, would get bored and leave. This tapping went on for 3 nights, with the aggressiveness increasing and peaking on the 3rd night. That night, I was laying in my bed chatting with a friend when the tapping began. The tapping this time was rapid and much more aggressive than the first 2 nights. Then suddenly, the tapping turned into a banging with such intensity that the room began shaking. This continued for only a few seconds and then suddenly stopped. It wasn't an earthquake. I know this because nobody reported shaking. I yelled out in surprise when the first few bangs occurred, and then the banging stopped. After this incident, the banging stopped, seemingly permanently. Now let's move on to the most recent experience that I've had. These experiences are what caused me to make this post, as I feel if there's a ghost in my home, it's getting more aggressive and powerful. The first one was kind of long ago, about 4 months now. I had a friend over for an all-nighter when I heard tapping, but not from the window, but from inside of my room. The room my friend and I were in at this time was the living room, with my room one of the rooms it's connected to. My friend and I began to investigate the tapping, not by entering my room, but by listening to the noises from my room. When I put my ear to the door, I heard a whisper of gibberish on the other side. I freaked and backed away from the door, terrified. Suddenly, I felt cold and felt the same feeling of fear I felt in the bathroom 4 years ago. This time worse. After about 30 minutes, the coldness went away and I calmed down, but my friend and I could still hear the tapping. It took an hour for the tapping to end, and it resumed on and off for the rest of the night. Another recent incident was only 3 weeks ago, and happened again only 2 nights ago. What happened was quite simple. My dad was closing a sliding door when something forced it back open, suddenly with unstoppable force. Then 2 nights ago, I was closing my room's door when something pushed back against the door, making it extremely difficult to close. And every night since then, I've heard footsteps at night in my home. I've made this post with the hope that someone can give me some advice as to what I should do next. I've already tried claiming the home from the ghost, and that's failed. So I have no clue what to do next. In 2007, I drove a taxi for a small firm in the north of England. I worked there for around 6 months. I usually did weekends and late shifts because the money was better and roads were less hectic at night. As you'd expect, however, driving around on a Saturday night, I'd see all kinds of crazy. Drunks fighting, people sleeping in the road, people doing the dirty in bus stops, etc. Usual drunken behaviour. I'd taken dying people to hospitals, intervened in domestic disputes, had fights with drugged up customers. Good and bad. You name it. There was never a dull moment, I'll say that much. But for many reasons, a job I'll never do again. I dropped off a drunk customer one Saturday night, sometime after midnight, and was heading back to base when I took a left turn that led me along the old country road. It's a notorious, horrible, twisty, narrow road lined with trees and old stone walls on both sides. It's on a steep hill and has almost no streetlights. Every corner is a blind caller, and the chamber goes from side to side without warning. During the day, it's scary to drive along. At night, it's almost suicidal. If it wasn't for the fact that I was trying to get back to base and squeeze another fare in before my shift ended at 2 a.m, I'd have never taken this route. Petitions have been going for decades trying to get this accident hotspot fixed, but the local council either can't afford it or never seems to be interested. 100% of accidents have happened over the decades. Many have died, and most people just avoid it altogether, despite it being the quickest way from A to B. So I'm cautiously driving along this road just after midnight. No other cars on the road, when I see a young lady with her back towards me, walking down the middle of the road. She was a white girl, looked late teen, early 20s, had brown hair and was wearing a blue, flowery dress. As I got closer, I could see that she looked in a bad shape. Her hair was a mess, she was only wearing one shoe, and I could see that her dress was torn and dirty. She had grazes on her hands, legs, face. She had leaves in her hair. She was in a right mess. At first, I was just concerned for her safety walking down this road at night and had planned to just slow down and give her a warning about the dangers. But when I saw the state that she was in, I decided to stop and see if she needed help. I pull alongside her and ask if she's okay, and ask if she's been hurt or in an accident or something. She looked at me dazed and confused, most likely drunk. So I asked again, and she responded with, "I want to go home." I ask her again if she's okay. Should I call an ambulance or something? But she isn't responding and just standing there mumbling and confused. So I couldn't just leave her there. I offer her a lift. I get out and open the rear door for her, and I help her into the car. I asked the girl where she wanted to go, and she gave me the address of her residence about 10 minutes drive away. There were rules that prevented us from picking up unsolicited customers. So before moving, I radioed the controller and explained that I'd picked up a drunk straggler needing medical attention, and I was taking her home. It got the okay, logged in the book, so off we went. We start driving, and I can see that she's cold, so I turn the heating up. I'm asking her questions like if she was hurt, was she in an accident, what happened, etc. But apart from a few mumbles, I can't get any sense out of her. I ask her name, which she says was Rose, but everything else was just barely audible drunken mumbles. She'd said, "I want to go home," a few times. I caught that much, and looked like she was falling asleep against the window. So I just stopped the questions, let her be, and drove. We got to the house around 1 a.m. and she's fast asleep against the window. It's a big old colonial-looking house. I think it's been there since the 1700s and was once owned by a local lord or something. I called her name a few times to wake her up, but no response. I didn't want to start manhandling her out of the car, so I got out and went up to the house to get some help with moving her. As I'm walking up the driveway, I can see that there is still light on in the house, so I knock quietly and wait. After a few seconds, a woman answers the door. She's crying and rubbing her face. She was around 60, I'd guess. Grey hair, wearing a white nightgown. I explain who I am, that I'm a taxi driver, and that I have a girl in the car named Rose who's looking in bad shape and has asked me to bring her here. Before I can finish, however, she turns and walks away and calls out for who I assumed is her husband. A man then comes to the door. He's around the same age, and he's carrying a framed photograph. He had a look of sadness on his face that I couldn't explain at the time, but one that I'd soon know all too well. I explained to him the situation and that I needed help with getting her out of the car. He waits for me to finish, and then he shows me the photograph that he's holding and asks, "Is this her?" I confirm it's the girl in my car, and he asks, "Is she still there?" I confirm that she's still asleep in the car, and we're probably going to have to carry her back to the house. He puts the photograph down and comes with me to the car. There was a lack of urgency in its behaviour, which I found odd considering the situation. We get to the car, I open the rear door, and she's gone. I quickly scan the surroundings and there's no sign of her. I look at him, panicking slightly at the thought of this girl walking around the area drunk somewhere, but he doesn't seem too bothered by her absence. I suggest that we call the police. He declines and asks me to come back to the house. We get back to the house and he goes inside. I assumed he was going to call somebody or maybe look for his wallet. I hear him talking to his wife about something. Then he returns holding a newspaper. He opens the newspaper, points to a page and asks again, "Is this her?" I look at the picture and see a picture of smiling Rose. I confirm it's her again while my eyes scan the page and see the word accident and old road. But I'm not paying much attention. I'm more worried about finding this girl. He then tells me some of the following. Some I didn't discover until later that night when I read the article. The article stated that in 2001, it was Rose's 18th birthday. She'd been at a party with friends and had gotten into an argument, so decided to leave, alone, at around midnight. She'd been walking down the old road when a car hit her from behind. The driver, yet to be identified, didn't stop. She died laying in bushes by the side of the road. Her body wasn't found until several days later, after a police search. He told me that every birthday since, around 1 a.m., they've received a knock at the door from a worried driver claiming to have Rose in the car. They'd been sitting up celebrating her birthday and waiting for me to arrive. So, confused by this story, I asked him to show me the photograph again, just to be sure that it's the same girl that was in my car. And it was. I didn't know what to say or do. I wanted to laugh, to be honest, so I just apologised for the misunderstanding, said goodnight, and went back to my car. I sat thinking for a few minutes, then decided I'd drive around the area and check if I could find her. I couldn't, so after about 30 minutes, I gave up and drove back to base. I arrived back at base just before 2 a.m, and the lady controller asks what happened with the injured girl that I'd picked up. I gave her a brief rundown of the strange events that had just happened, and she laughs and shouts towards the back room. "Ha! Hey Tony, we've got another one. He's seen her too." A guy called Tony comes out. He'd worked taxis for years, and he tells me about the stories of the ghost on the old country road that taxi drivers in the area share. I kind of laughed and shrugged it off, but internally, I was rattled. I left work and went home and read an article about the accident online. Cried my damn eyes out. I didn't get much sleep that night and didn't fancy working on Sunday, so the next morning, I called in and took the day off. I went out to the car during the day to see if she'd left anything in the car, and I found a single tree leaf laying on the carpet where she'd been sitting. A few days pass, and I'm unable to get over this weird night. Her pleas of, "I want to go home," was still ringing in my ears, and the leaf was sitting on my coffee table staring at me. So I got up one morning, got in my car, and went back to the road. I drove up and down it a few times trying to remember exactly what I'd seen that night. After an hour, I left and parked up for a while, then decided I'd go back to the house. I needed to know for sure if the girl that I'd picked up that night was in fact Rose, or some other person. I arrived back at the house and park where I'd been that night. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, not sure why I'd driven there, contemplating whether I should knock on the door or not, and if I did, what I would say. As I'm sitting there, I see the man walking down the driveway towards me. He recognizes me, comes up to the car, and I roll down the window. He asks, "We saw you sitting there. Is everything all right?" It wasn't. He could tell by the look on my face I was having a hard time accepting any of this. He invited me into his house, so almost without saying a word, I got out and followed him inside. I get inside and a dog comes running up to me, wagging its tail. As I'm giving it a good stroke and saying hello to the dog, the lady from that night appears from a room and welcomes me in. These were really nice, warm people. I follow the man into his living room and accept the offer of a cup of tea from the lady. I sit down and look around and can see pictures of Rose everywhere. Rose as a baby, Rose at school, Rose with friends, family photos. I could barely hold back the tears at this point. We sat and talked about Rose for around an hour. Talked about that night. Talked about the accident. Talked about her birthdays. Talked about her funeral. Talked about the police investigation. The couple, who were her parents, had gone through hell for the past 6 years. Tears were shed. The happy dog sitting at my feet awaiting strokes was a welcome distraction for me whenever I felt the tears coming. I had it confirmed that Rose was indeed gone and hadn't just gone missing and was maybe still alive somewhere. We sat and chatted, and I got to the point where I felt it was time for me to leave this grieving couple to their privacy. Before leaving, I asked if it would be okay if I visited her gravestone and paid my respects. They were overjoyed that I'd asked to do so, so they told me the location. And as I was leaving, her mother remarked, "Oh, take her some hydrangeas. She'll love those." I didn't realize until I got to the flower shop that hydrangeas were a type of blue flower. The same blue flowers that filled the house's front garden, and the same blue flower that covered Rose's dress on the night of her 18th birthday. I thanked them for their hospitality and left. I went home, changed clothes, and went to buy flowers. Seeing the blue hydrangeas was a shock. I bought a bouquet and wrote a message on the card. I went and placed the flowers at her gravestone and sat there for the rest of the afternoon. I quit my job the following day. Not certainly a paranormal activity, and rather quite funny for others towards the end. Just an incident that happened with me which made me develop a fear of mirrors. Back when I was 12, on one summer night, we had a power outage. I'm from New Delhi, India, where these random long power outages are very common in the summers. But that night, even our inverter gave up, and we had no other option than having dinner in a dining room lit of candles. and just wait for the power to be restored. My parents have always had this daily habit of going to a walk in a nearby park after dinner, and they continued as usual the night as well. My grandparents decided to sit on the balcony after dinner, as the weather outside was quite decent, with light, cool breezes, and was better than sitting in a dark room and sweating. I was simply lying on the couch with my brother, who's 4 years older than me. Out of nowhere, my brother had this weird idea of taking this moment to try saying Bloody Mary in the mirror 3 times, just for fun. I opposed it, as even though I wasn't scared easily of dark or things like that, still, somewhere I feared that these rituals may have had some degree of truth to them, and we should rather not try this. But my stupid brother proceeded anyway, carrying a candle towards the mirror. Before I proceed, I'd like to mention that just a few weeks before that night, all of us cousins were just talking some spooky stuff, when one of them raised a point that if you ever try the Bloody Mary challenge, don't you dare insult her or say anything about her blue baby. It was a quite weird fact, but also something to be wary of, and I just gladly accepted it to be true, for I was quite young. Anyways, my brother proceeds on to say Bloody Mary 3 times, in a dark room in front of the mirror. It was nothing but a little scared to see that happens, and all my focus was on him. Nothing really happened for a few seconds, and then my brother did what I never wanted to see. Started insulting her and teasing her, and making fun of her, saying, "Yo bitch, what the fuck is even a blue baby?" I got quite scared, and my asshole brother stood there smiling. After a few seconds, we heard heavy breathing sounds and some other tiny noises, which scared the shit out of me. And I even screamed a little, whereas my brother started to laugh. It turned out that he was secretly making the noises to spook me, and said that, "See, it's all fake." A few minutes later, our parents were back, and the power was restored as well. And we went to sleep a little early that night. I still couldn't get the kind of prank out of my head, and started visualizing stupid stuff. I couldn't sleep, and I hated the fact that my brother was asleep soundly in no time. I started imagining, or maybe you can even say hallucinating, while laying on the bed, trying to sleep. I saw that someone dressed in all white is stepping out of the mirror and is proceeding towards our room. I started sweating with my eyes closed and my face stuffed under my pillow. Just then, in my hallucination or whatever the hell it was, the lady in white enters our room. She's about to lay her hands on my chest, and I swear to God, the next thing that happened scared the actual shit out of me due to my asshole brother. She forces her hand towards my chest, and with no lapses, at a perfect time, while soundly asleep, my brother turns around and puts his hand on my chest unknowingly. I swear to God, I screamed so loud that even my grandparents, who have hearing problems, woke up in a distant room. That perfectly timed coincidence of a moment was enough to freak me out, and I've been afraid of looking towards mirrors in the dark ever since. Sounds stupid and weird, but yeah. As soon as I enter a washroom or just a room with a mirror, I make sure a light is on, or otherwise, I start to freak out. First off, this incident took place like 10 to 12 years ago. Large gatherings and joint families were often the occasion in our house, as it was a very common thing in India at that time. It's still quite common, but not as much as before. All the elders, parents, uncles, aunts, were in my grandparents' room spending their own quality time, while all of us cousins, 12 of us to be exact, were playing hide and seek, which included my parents' room, me and my brother's room, my uncle's room, 2 storage rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 1 not very much used living room, which barely gets any light even in the day. Also, this living room had a lot of antiques and old stuff that belonged to my grandpa, and was quite a reason to usually keep us kids out of there. It was our last round, and it was my brother's turn to find us, as we waited for lunch to get ready. While he was searching on the living room and storage room side of the house, we cousins did what we always used to do in the last round. sneakily get into the lunchroom and keep the dinner. Don't know exactly what to call it. Wondering where all of us had hidden. As we sneaked back into the room, my brother still kept searching. Eventually, he came to the living room, opened the door for it, and tried to spot someone as he felt someone rushing there. As usual, it was all dark and literally without turning on the lights. You can't spot anything. But my brother eventually caught attention to something in that dark room. He saw someone sitting beside the sofa as if trying to hide, with very shiny blue eyes. So shiny that it was the only thing visible in that room, along with the edge of the sofa. My brother couldn't figure out which one of the cousins it was, so he tried to approach the sofa as the switch for the light was there as well. That figure started approaching him as well, except it was creepy, and my brother was a little scared. At that very moment, my mom called out for my brother, due to which he looked behind for a split second, and when he looked back towards the sofa, the figure was gone. My mom immediately came through, took him out of that room and said to him that we always advise you to never go to that room, but you don't listen. You may end up hurting yourself. It was very shady of my mom to mention something like that. And while growing up, we have always thought there's something that our parents never tell us about that room, and never let us be in there alone at any time of the day. Anyhow, my brother didn't share this blue-eyed figure thing with anyone until the next morning, when an explanation was needed for what had happened. After everyone left late at night, we all happily went to our rooms and had a good night's sleep. When my brother woke up in the morning, he saw all of his t-shirts were covered with blood. But he actually didn't suffer from any nausea. He wasn't sick. He didn't throw up or anything else. There was no other trace of blood on his entire body. No sign of any cuts of any sort, not even on me. Everyone was surprised and shocked at the same time, and my brother just didn't know what to say. After that, he discussed the blue-eyed figure incident and asked whether it was some haunting going on, which my parents denied by saying what they've always done. There's no such thing. The weird fact was seeing my mom say her prayers at that time, after that incident, even though she does them before going to bed only. My brother developed a strange fear of sofas, especially when they're in a dark room. It took him years to overcome this fear, as even the medical checkups denied having any issues with his body. This remains unexplained to date. The second one is more concerned with me. It was March 3rd, 2017, when this first happened. I was in 10th grade, and my boards were about to start in a week. The pressure was on, but I was someone who actually never got stressed in one exam situation, so I was pretty chill and studying like my daily routine. On the night of March 3rd, I had a nightmare that I don't remember anymore in detail, but it was very unsettling and woke me up around 2 a.m. I was a little scared, but was craving some good sleep, so I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't, as I started feeling being watched, while my brother beside me was sound asleep. I started seeing figures around the room window, but when I thought that, I was just overdoing it. Then I had another nightmare, and then around 3, I heard my brother say to me, "Are you okay?" And I said I was fine, because the nightmares weren't much of a concern. But what he actually meant was my shivering. I didn't realize I was shivering, even though the cold winter days were well behind us. I was actually sweating, but still, my legs kept shivering and kept cranking my teeth. I tried to stop, but I couldn't, and started getting frustrated and scared. What was more unsettling was the fact that my brother got scared, which is not something very common. He immediately called for my parents. They started rubbing my hands and feet, got me a cup of coffee, and put me back to sleep. I woke up at 7 in the morning, which was pretty strange, as I never naturally woke up until I've had 7 hours of sleep. I felt very fresh and much better than last night. My mom came in and asked me how I was feeling, to which I replied, "Great." But that wasn't the case. I was burning, and when she checked the temp, I had a 103-degree fever, and I was surprised as I didn't feel any symptoms. They eventually kicked in, and I went to a doctor's clinic and got some medicine. Whenever there's a change of weather, I very easily fall sick. Like my immune system is weak in processing the outside weather changes. which was the assumption for this incident, and I never told anyone of feeling being watched any stuff, because such claims always get rejected by my parents. By the afternoon, I start feeling well, but still prefer a day's bed rest in order to be healthy and resume my studies. By the evening, the temperature was down to 98, which was a significant improvement. But then around the 8 p.m. mark, while just laying in my bed, this time alone, I start shivering again and also hear a thud on my window, just to find nothing. The shivering again starts to get on my nerves and I call in for Mom, who notices a drastic jump in temperature again, back to 102. After 2 days of medication and 2 days of the same shivering causing a sudden effect on my health, we went to the doctor again, who gave us a little strong dosage this time, and also wrote down some tests to get done from the hospital. He also mentioned that it may very well be exam stress, but I very well knew that was not the case. The third day goes all fine, with a 98.4 temperature, but again around 8 p.m, the same shivering starts, as a follow-up to a thud on the other window. The same thing keeps happening for the next 4 days, where the shivering starts whenever I'm alone, around 8 or 9 p.m. daily, and is initiated by a strange sound or sighting around me. Like the thuds on the window, in the ceiling, my closet opening up on its own, and my room's curtains moving on their own. More tests were consulted, and more medication was given. 15 different tests, all tested negative. No flu, no viral fever, no infection. After the 8-day mark, the strange happenings and shivering stopped after a long session of religious prayer earlier that day. I did my first 2 exams in a feverish condition, but eventually, after 2 more weeks of medication, I was back to normal health, with the only difference being a weak body that starts aching any time and can't bear much pain. Anyways, to date, no one has been able to determine the cause of this condition. I never shared the sounds or sightings with anyone except my brother. That 2 months after the incident. But this is still one of the most baffling and unexplainable things to have happened to me. Okay, so I was driving home 2 days ago at roughly 3 a.m. I was driving on a British A road, which is in the middle of nowhere and surrounded by forest. Now, I pretty much know this road like the back of my hand, as I've been driving back and forth, mostly at night, for a long time. There are streetlights, but they're quite dim and don't do a great job of lighting up the road ahead. Now, as a bit of background, I'm generally a calm driver. I don't know why, as I'm quite frantic in real life, but when I'm behind the wheel, nothing seems to faze me at all. But the other night, I'm pretty sure I nearly had a heart attack. So I was driving along the road as usual, on my way back home. The only way to describe this is to say that about 150 yards ahead of my car, out in the woods, this humanoid creature bolted into the road. It was a light grey colour and hunched over on all fours, but could easily be about 8 or 9 foot tall, standing upright. This thing bolted into the road at an unnatural speed and disappeared into the woods on the other side of the road. Now there's 4 lanes and no central reservation, so it was a straight sprint across. I tried to rationalise this as a bird, but I just knew for a fact that it wasn't. Like I said before, I'm a very calm driver, but as soon as I saw this thing, I instantly turned freezing cold and started sweating, almost on the verge of crying. I don't know what my rationalisation was, but some part of me wanted to slam on my brakes out of panic to take a breath. But I just put my foot down and drove way too fast to get away from what I just saw. I don't necessarily know if it's relevant, but I remember looking at the clock and it was dead at 3 a.m. Apparently this is a strange hour for unexplained things to go on. If anyone else has had a similar experience or knows what the hell this thing was, I'd love to hear it, because even thinking about it gives me cold chills. This is a recollection of certain events that happened in my childhood home that I lived in for the first 11 years of my life. I'm 20 now. For context, the house was built in the late 70s when my parents bought the house. The house was bought from a widow. Her husband loved the basement, but unfortunately, he died of cancer. It's unknown if he died in the house or on his way to the hospital. Before I was even born, my dad experienced a growl coming from the TV in the upstairs bedroom. No one was there. It scared him to the point that he feared going into the basement at night for a month. Fast forward to when I was born. I had a couple of seizures, one being in the house, the last one when I was 2 years old. When I was 3, however, there was a storm outside. My bed was right up against the wall. As I was trying to fall asleep, I felt the bed lift up and slam down as I noticed it. No one could have been behind it. I ran out to tell my parents what happened, but they just told me to go to bed. I always hated the door that refused to close. It was the door that led to the laundry room. If you closed it, it would just open up exactly 5 to 15 minutes later, regardless of the day or time. I used to try to close it all the time, but I wonder if that angered the entity. Regularly, I would hear the pipes banging, clanging together. I've never heard these sounds in any homes I've spent the night in, even homes older than this one. I would regularly wake up and hear whispers coming from the living room, similar to how my parents would talk while they were up and I was asleep. But the time was between 1 and 4 a.m, and the most common of it happening around 2:30 to 3:30 a.m. I would also experience sleep paralysis on an infrequent basis. Often at the same time as I would hear the whispers, but these whispers never happened during the sleep paralysis. I would feel a heavy weight either on my arms or chest, and when it happened, I would either have a bad day or I would get physically sick. My dad wonders if the entity made him aggressive. Then, my mother got sick, and one night I really had to pee, but someone was in the bathroom, so I had to use the downstairs bathroom after waiting 10 minutes. Shortly after, I went back to my room. My dad wondered why I was up. I lied and said I was sleepwalking because I knew he wouldn't believe me. After my mom died was when paranormal events escalated. From always feeling stared down on a regular basis to even hearing my Xbox going on when I knew I'd turned it off. But when I went downstairs, it was already turned off. Then I saw a figure of a man in a top hat, which was creepy as he was translucent. I also saw him again doing the same motion in broad daylight. Then my neighbor's dog, who was the most chill dog you'd meet, started growling at something behind me and bared its teeth. I was quite scared as he seemed to go outside at the same time that I went outside. A few days of this and he was back to his same chill self. I saw a shadow figure peering at me through the window one night, close to Halloween. But to reach the window, you would have had to have been 10 feet tall. No human ever was that tall. Adding to the fact that when I looked at it, it backed away. This was not a sleep paralysis episode, as I was able to freely move about. Most often, it would also appear that someone was sitting on my bed when there was no one there, just the indent of someone sitting there. I saw another figure peering outside. It never communicated or acknowledged me. I would see balls of light that would just stay there, as well as having very odd dreams. We didn't do any evil rituals or cleansing, but my dad regretted that decision. There was a time where another door opened, as I put my hand out to feel the air was cold. When I moved out, it kind of went dormant. Until 5 years ago, when Google Maps caught a face peering from the bedroom that my parents slept through, which didn't show up in the previous photos. Even the device I've been writing this story on has been acting insanely slow and lagging, as if something doesn't want this story out. I moved to a new house, and although I've not had any experiences in it, I still get weird dreams about the first house, due to it being close to where I currently live. The house looks the same, but mostly empty. But every time I would check the basement in the dream, it would switch to another dream. Was this a demon, or an actual entity? I would love to know your thoughts on this if it was a demon, or just an extremely negative entity. So I was sitting in front of my computer a few months ago. It was around midnight, and I heard a bag rustling in the kitchen. I've had mice in my apartment before, so my reaction was like, god damn it, another one. And I got up to check, but the sound stopped, and I couldn't identify where it came from. So I went back to the computer, making a mental note to set up some mouse traps in the morning. 5 or so minutes later, the sound started again. And this time, I managed to get to the kitchen and saw a bag of pasta shaking pretty violently on one of the shelves. I grabbed some oven mitts and picked it up while it was still shaking. I was grossed out because I thought there was a mouse in it, but after an inspection, I realised the bag was completely sealed with some rubber bands and was packed really tight, so nothing could have possibly fit inside of it. It was shuffling around for a good few minutes, and it was only that single bag. When I was holding it, I felt some sort of force on my hands, but nothing major, although I was wearing mittens. It seemed there was something inside of it trying to get out. I even squeezed the bag really hard and stepped on it many times in order to kill anything that was inside. But after I walked out onto the balcony and emptied it, there was nothing in it other than pasta. I was shitting my pants at this point, so I couldn't sleep for a while, but when I told my mum, she said that Grandma's pasta, she passed away a month or so before, and that it's not the first time something like this happened to her in that apartment. No mouse was ever found in that apartment after that. Nothing this weird ever happened to me. So let's start with one of the earliest I can remember. I was like 11 or 12, and I lived with my mom. To paint a picture, we lived in a trailer. When you open the front door, it goes straight into the living room, and on that wall lays the couch. To the right of the couch is a hallway that leads to the bathroom, my bedroom, and a spare bedroom. To the left is the kitchen, a little nook where the computer was, and my mom's room. So one night, around 12 or 1 a.m., I was laying on the couch on the phone talking to my friend. As we're shooting the shit, something caught the corner of my eye, and I saw this tall, black silhouette in the hallway. It just turned its head, looked at me, and walked through the wall. I dropped to the floor, terrified. I wouldn't go to my room for like 2 weeks after that. Around this time, I would always hear a random tapping on the window across me from my couch. The only way I can describe it is if you just took your fingernails and lightly tapped on a window. This happened every night for weeks and just randomly stopped. I don't think it was the blinds or anything, but it was very creepy. Last one I'll share happened probably 3.5 years ago. My friend and I were sitting in my room. It was a 2nd-story house, and my room was a loft converted into a bedroom that has windows that overlook the living room. We were talking, and we heard this very loud grinding noise, and both of us just stopped and stared at each other. So we went downstairs to investigate, and after about 10 minutes, we figured out one of the kitchen chairs was pulled back. When we pushed the chair around on the floor, it made the same sound. After we discovered that, he looked at me and said, "I didn't want to sound like a weirdo, but I swear when we were upstairs, I saw somebody through the window in your room, in the living room before we heard the noise." I've had some other experiences, and a lot happens in my dad's household. My sister has had some crazy experiences when she lived with him too. My house has always had a somewhat eerie presence to it. When I was 4, my aunt's bedroom door slammed shut while we were all watching TV one night. My grandma went and repented whatever she could and put oils out on all the windows and doors in that room. Another example was when my aunt was taking a bath one night. She felt the room and the water in the tub grow extremely cold and felt a claw go down her back, from her neck down. As it was happening, she said that my grandma burst into the room asking if she felt a demonic-ish presence in the room. Both freaking out, they prayed over the room and did the same procedure that my grandma did when the door slammed shut. I moved back in with my grandma a year ago. I'm staying in the room right next to my aunt's. I don't know when this started, but every night I'll have crazy, intense, realistic, and barbaric nightmares. None like I've ever experienced before. Some will have my friends turn possessed out of nowhere and start chasing me and hurting me. Or they'll have the same demonic lady doing the same thing. I know it's her in all these dreams. She'll either come in her form of flowing hair, her whole body is black, and sometimes she'll either have an all-white mouth and all-white eyes, or just all-white eyes or none at all. Sometimes I'll wake up and feel a presence, go back to sleep, and another nightmare will pursue. Sometimes I'll have up to 4 different nightmares a night, some being different, or the same ones being repeated over and over again. This only happens when I sleep in my room. I can sleep in another room in the house, and I'll sleep sound as a baby. Same goes if I sleep at someone else's house. It's so strange. Right now, I'm staying at my aunt's bedroom. I told my grandma about this issue, and she repented and cleansed my room, to no avail. I used to hear someone mimic my mum's voice sometimes at night, but I always brushed it off as it was in my head. Back when quarantine had just started, my sleep schedule was a complete mess. I would always be the last one to go to bed at around 4 a.m. One night, I was laying in my bed, fully awake, just scrolling on my phone, and I heard my name being called in my mum's voice. I thought, here we go again. My mind playing tricks on me because I knew she was asleep. Usually, it stops after 3 to 4 times, but this time it didn't. It actually kept getting louder and sounding more and more distraught. I was getting a little worried, but still stayed quiet, knowing that it's not good to reply. It stopped. I was relieved until suddenly my dad's voice started calling for me. I was confused because my dad never calls me at night. He always comes to me when he wants to tell me something, so I was super confused. I sat up and took my headphones off to listen closely, and it kept going and getting louder. I responded asking, "Dad, are you calling me?" He just kept going. What freaked me out was when both of them started calling me. I legit thought something happened, so I ran to their room, and both were dead asleep. When I tell you I almost woke them up, thinking it was some twisted prank. When I was about 17, Dad had started renovating parts of the house. While knocking down walls in the living room and bathroom, I found tons of cool things inside a card. Papers from the early 1900s, random scraps of ornate wallpaper. Dad joked with me not to keep it, because then I'll start getting haunted. But to me, they were too cool not to keep. Things slowly escalated. I started experiencing sleep paralysis for the first time, and I never heard anything, just felt like someone was sitting next to me, and would only happen if I fell asleep in the living room. Then things started happening in my bedroom. There was a specific spot at the foot of my bed that squeaked bad if anyone stepped there. I was trying to fall asleep and felt like I heard someone by my door. Thought it was my dad trying to scare me because he did that often. Thought it was hilarious. I told him it's not funny and that I'm tired. I felt like someone was in the room with me, and I heard that spot on my floor creak. Sat up to tell him to knock it off, and he wasn't in there. I crawled to the end of my bed and looked down. Nothing. Old houses settle though, so I went back to sleep. Then started the nightmares and sleep talking that would wake me up. The first night I woke up saying, "He's not going to make it." I lay there confused for a bit. Eventually, fell back asleep. Then I had a dream that seemed like movie clips. It sounded like a war infirmary from what I could put together based on what I learned in school. There were two guys standing over someone laying on a cot. He was bandaged and sweating. It seemed like one person was just watching and the other was trying to take care of him. Woke up again and felt like somebody was standing close to me and staring. Terrified, I just laid there as still as I could until I finally fell back asleep. The next night I woke up yelling, "They're all gonna starve." I felt the presence of someone standing and staring again, but every little hair on my body started to stand, and it felt like they were getting closer. I closed my eyes, and it felt as if someone was directly in my face staring at me. At this point, I'm begging that if anyone is there, please leave me alone. I don't like you here, and I'm scared. Just like that, it felt like I was alone again, and I felt my entire body relax. Fell back asleep, and that was the end of that. It was just a couple of days of terror, then like nothing had ever happened. I thought it was absolutely crazy and wouldn't speak a word of it to Dad or anyone, because who the hell would believe that? Even I thought I was going crazy. About 2 weeks later, I picked up our town paper off the table, and I was talking about our city's involvement in the Revolutionary War. It talked about a certain area being the grounds for camp and barracks. It explained how soldiers had to move due to an attack on both the soldiers and their crops, which were all set on fire. My dreams started to make more sense, but it all didn't at the same time, because the war was long before the house was even there. Didn't find anything in it from that far back either. Again, it all sounded crazy and like a coincidence to me at the time, so the only person who knew was my best friend. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, literally. Cornfields and cows, with the occasional sprinkling of houses, filled with people who tended to the cornfields and cows. So as any teenager in the country would do, I spent a lot of time exploring abandoned buildings. Houses, barns, restaurants, anything I could manage to get into. I had just got a new job in a town I didn't usually go to, and of course, immediately started asking the locals about the scary stories in the town. I was told over and over again a story from the 80s of a woman who caught her husband cheating and came home one day and blew his brains out with a shotgun while he was asleep. She then went on to hang herself in a tree behind the house. According to local legend, the police never even cleaned the crime scene. They removed their bodies, but there were many pieces of the husband left behind on the floors and walls. Immediately, I'm interested. I asked where the house was and was surprised to learn it was only minutes from where I was working. Now don't get me wrong, I felt brave, but as a young female I wasn't about to explore this haunted murder house by myself. I texted some friends of mine the road it was on and asked them to meet me there that night. They of course had nothing else to do, so they agreed. I got off work around 10 p.m. and met my friends in front of the house. It was a small white farmhouse heavily overgrown with weeds and barely visible from the road. I had no idea how we were going to get in, but I knew I had to see what was inside. Me and my 3 friends looked all around until my one guy friend found a window that wasn't locked. He was far too large to crawl through, so my smaller guy friend crawled through and unlocked the back door. We climbed through the weeds and made our way into the house. By the light of our flashlights, we began to explore. The house seemed untouched. There were dishes in the sink and old boxes of food in the cabinets. The walls were a mixture of yellow from long-term smoking and patches of brown, which could have been mold or could have been pieces of the husband. I wasn't about to touch it though. My guy friends took off into the bedroom, and my girlfriend and I looked for the basement. After some searching, we found the steps to the basement. It was a dark and cave-like unfinished basement with lights dangling from the ceiling that most likely hadn't been turned on in decades. The basement had 2 sections. The first one you were immediately in was a laundry and washroom. Then behind that was an open storage room. this is where things started to really turn. We walked into the storage room and were met by a giant red painted pentagram on the floor. There were shelves all over the walls, filled with what appeared to be jars of dead animal parts and blood. There were half-burnt candles, upside-down crosses, and notebooks that were falling apart from years of moisture and mold in the air. Suffice to say, we were creeped out. It wasn't until I was older that I understood what I had seen, but at the time, I didn't know much about the rituals they were most likely performing in the basement. I have no way of knowing if the husband and wife had done this, or if it had been done by other fellow trespassers, but it didn't seem to be very recent. We decide we've had enough of the creepy basement and head upstairs, only to be greeted by the loud sound of shattering glass. One of my guy friends had decided to grab a bat from his car and bust out the old TV. We both screamed at him to stop. Yes, I definitely trespassed, but never vandalized. After taking a few more swings, he stops, and instead of turning around to yell at me, he starts staring out of the kitchen window behind me. His face looked absolutely terrified. Thinking he's messing with me, I tell him to stop being weird, and we needed to leave before the cops came and saw his mess. At this time, my friend shifts his gaze from the window and looks at me. He points back to the window and says, "What is that?" I laugh, again thinking he's messing with me, but he doesn't laugh. Finally, I turn around and see movement in the field behind us, slowly getting closer and closer to the house. We all stand at the window, waiting for whatever it is to come out of the field and into the open. A few seconds go by before we see a woman in a long grey nightgown, holding a brick in her hand, running towards the back window. At this point, she was mere feet away, and we all ducked down below the window, thinking she was going to throw the brick through it, and we needed to try and avoid the shards of glass. And she did. The window shattered so loud, my ears started to ring, but I didn't feel any glass. After a few seconds, we all stood up and looked through the hole where the window once was. The woman was gone, and the glass from the shattered window was outside on the lawn. She threw the brick at the window, but the window broke out instead. We all shared a collective "fuck this" and ran out of the house and back to our cars. We spoke about it a few times after, but never to anyone else, since we were convinced they wouldn't believe us. The house has been torn down, and the lot is now an extension of the field from behind it. I don't know exactly what we saw that night, but I know I'm certainly glad that house no longer stands. This was back in the 90s. I'm not good with remembering things, so the exact dates of when this occurred is foggy. I just know it was in the 90s, and I was between 7 and 12 years old. My first experience happened out in the farm, back in the panhandle of Idaho. We lived in the woods, probably around 14 acres, so the night sky in this area isn't affected by pollution. The nighttime sky was my favourite to look at. I loved watching the stars and spotting the constellations. Anyways, this night I went outside to feed the goats, probably because I forgot to do so during the day. As usual, I looked up at the sky and saw these stars in a triangular shape, but noticed they were moving, and it wasn't stars, but a ship moving very slowly. I was afraid at first, until it seemed to have turned and angled itself towards me. I felt as if it spotted me, and while it probably didn't, it terrified me, and I ran back home. A few years later, during the summer, I was sleeping on our porch, the best place to sleep as a farm kid. I get up and walk to look up at the stars, as I always do, and just recognise the ship I once saw before, above us, moving at a slow speed, heading south of the farm. Again, I panicked and ran in our house and couldn't find anyone immediately to show what I had seen. When I went back outside, I noticed that the ship was now gone. Now, I said I thought this was in connection with the Arizona lights, but it seemed this what happened during the spring in Arizona, which would have been too cloudy to sleep outside. What I saw in the media of the lights felt spot on to what I saw on the farm. The neighbouring kids had stories of their own too. I remember one of them saw a ship with red lights moving erratically in the night sky, and another claimed to have seen a ship with their motherland on a field across from them. I don't think they saw anything get out, but I can't quite remember the rest of that story, so it may have been uneventful in itself, or I may have doubted it. People in town believed there were military bases in the mountains. I remember once there was a fleet of military vehicles, and one who got a flat tyre and parked it on our property. They had the fleet of vehicles also wait temporarily until they fixed it. That's the extent of the military I've seen in that area. People think that the odd things that happen in that town are related to the bases on the mountains. A couple of months ago, my family and I were forced to move. I had a pet cat whom I've had for 10 years and a puppy that we had found abandoned. Where we moved and didn't allow dogs, so we had to give the puppy up. Luckily, we had found him a good home. Our cat could stay, but since he was new to the neighbourhood and the house, we kept him inside as long as possible. Him, being an older outdoor cat though, couldn't stay inside for very long. After about 2 weeks inside, we finally let him explore outside. Though I was very hesitant because I knew there were a lot of stray cats in the area that could hurt him. He was tough though. He came back every day with new cuts, looking proud, so I knew he was winning. Still, I would try to keep him inside most of the day until he got really mad and wanted to go outside. This continued. One night, he woke me up to let him outside around midnight. He left, and I never saw him again. Usually, he would leave for the night and be back by morning. Though there were a few times in the last house where he left for a few days, the most was 6. But for some reason, I had a sickly feeling after day 2. I had a feeling that was the last time I'd ever see him. I went to sleep worried. The neighbourhood was bad, and I knew even though he was tough, he wasn't invincible. That night, I had a dream about him, something that has never happened to me. I saw him at the foot of my bed, sleeping soundly. It felt so real, I would reach to scratch his head, his favourite spot. Then, I would suddenly wake up. It happened for a few more nights. The last dream I had of him was me finally petting him, and I thought he was finally back. This wasn't a dream. I looked at him. Then he opened his eyes and looked at me. I was so happy. When he closed his eyes again, I woke up. I started crying. He was with me for 10 years. I was hoping he would be there for my college graduation, but he wasn't even there for my high school graduation. I loved him so much. He had stopped me from killing myself 2 years ago, and now he's gone. I was never one for pictures, so I don't even have those to remember him by. All I have are the memories. I just wish I could have been there for him at the end. Now I think that those dreams I had of him were him coming to visit me, and the last one was him finally moving on after knowing I was okay. I thought I'd gotten over his death, but now every time he comes to mind, I can't help but cry. So this happened almost a decade ago, but I never really put much thought into it, outside of it being a good, creepy story to tell my friends. Not until recently have I thought about what happened. To give some backstory, when I was younger, my family and I used to live in this townhouse neighbourhood. My dad was a maintenance worker there, and as our family grew bigger, I came first, followed by my sister and brother, 6 and 11 years later respectively. We moved into larger townhouses that the apartment complex had available. When my parents had my youngest siblings, there were plans to move out of our neighbourhood and into our own house, despite only having just moved into a new townhouse a few weeks prior. We ended up moving out after only 2 months. While living there, I ended up having a recurring sleep paralysis dream of this thing that would come out of my closet. The best way I could describe it was that it was very lanky and had glowing white eyes, and that it never made any noise. Scattered throughout those 2 months living there, I would keep dreaming of it slowly opening my closet, peeking its head out, and slowly shuffling towards me. Each night I had the dream, it seemed to get closer to my bed. Now, if my experience stopped there, I would definitely just mark it all down as sleep paralysis. But my last night sleeping there and the following morning before moving makes me question everything that happened and whether it was real or fake. Pretty much everything had been taken out of my room except for my mattress since we were moving the next day. So I basically just slept that night in a bare room. Of course, I had to be visited one last time by the sleep paralysis thing before I went away. This night, it ended up right beside me, looking down, and reached down and grabbed my arm. That was when I jolted awake to find a huge scratch running from my armpit to my inner elbow. I remember it stinging like a bee sting, and my dad coming in to see me, freaking out and crying. After calming me down, we also ate breakfast and did a sweep through the house to make sure we haven't left anything behind. Me and my dad went to my room and got the mattress, and then opened up the closet to make sure everything was grabbed in there. As he opened it, half of our attic crawl space access panel fell to the ground, startling both of us. Up until this point, everything about my dreams could have been very simply explained. But this last event is what really scares me. Those panels don't just simply break. You have to put a decent amount of force on them to start to crack apart. None of us know of anything that could have caused that to happen. I've had more than a few ghostly experiences in my life, and most of them can be chalked up to sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination, and or a hopefulness to see a ghost. As I've gotten older, I've changed my stance from I believe ghosts exist to I love the idea of ghosts and I love reading stories, but I just can't really logically believe in them. However, this one episode is still puzzling to me. A few years ago, my significant other and I were on our third vacation in Maui. And after spending a week in Kiai, we decided to change it up a bit and called a friend of a friend who managed vacation rentals in Paia. The place she hooked us up with was a cute little guest cottage out back of a larger house, and the ocean was basically our backyard. This area was rocky, and the Paia Sea is often stormy, so it was more of a place to watch the waves than to take a leisurely stroll on the beach. The family was staying in the big house. The first night we stayed there, we made ourselves at home, mixing up some poke, cooking steaks on the hot plate, dancing to old jazz on the radio, and watching the big waves rolling up on the rocks until it got dark. The cottage was basically a studio with a nicely sized bathroom, freshly renovated and clean. We both slept well that night and were pleased at our reasonably priced find. The next day was Thanksgiving, and the family in the big house was packing their car to leave, as we exited our cottage to go enjoy Thanksgiving dinner with our friends who lived in Kula, up country. We spent several hours up there, and returned to the cottage at about 8 that night. Right when we entered, we could both feel that the atmosphere had changed, had become oppressive, though neither of us said anything to the other at that point. We prepped for bed and turned out the lights, only to spend the entire night unable to sleep. I remember a distinct feeling of doom hovering over me, and got the impression that whatever it was came either from the big, now empty house, or the sea. My significant other later said it felt like a demon was breathing down his neck all night. We both lay there like boards, unwilling to move so as not to anger whatever it was. As the morning brightened into day, the feeling that something absolutely did not want us there persisted, and we ended up packing as fast as possible and getting the hell out of there. After we left the property, he brought up his horrible feelings, and I agreed that I had also just spent the night in abject terror. Nothing physical happened, no weird sounds, just a strange, hostile presence that took over every inch of that place and wanted us gone. Before writing this, I asked him to remember that night and what he thought the thing might be, and he didn't want to discuss it. He did mention that he had felt it the first night too, but I hadn't, and I remember a distinct cozy feeling that first night, as if everything was right with the world. I've often wondered if the thing had been in the big house with the family, and when they left, it came to visit us. Though I have no idea if they felt anything untoward at all. If it came from the sea, it would explain how utterly inhuman the thing felt to me. And the sea was stormy that night. I was reading Jezebel's Scary Stories contest this year, and remembered something that happened frequently in a house I lived in more than a decade ago. It might not be scary to very many people, but I find it interesting, especially now that I no longer live in the house. It's a small 1920s or earlier farmhouse nested up against the west hills of Portland. The steep hillside is about 20 feet away from the back door, which afforded us privacy and kind of a nice view of a peaceful wall of trees. The house was very simple. A large front room and 2 bedrooms, then the kitchen and bath. The basement was a large room where the laundry and his pool table were, and then a smaller room that led out to the garage. It was obvious to me that the kitchen was an add-on, because its floor rested on cement footings about a foot above the ground. Tall enough for the family of raccoons that lived under there, and the basement walls stopped short of the kitchen area. My boyfriend at the time had lived there for 8 years, and I moved in after a few years of dating. His bed was set up in the small basement room, and after a while, whenever I stayed over, I would wake up with a start and panicked question of, "Are you going upstairs? Are you going to come back quickly?" At any slight movement of his, which he found annoying, and rightly so. He had insomnia often and would spend a couple hours trying to sleep, but would ultimately go upstairs for the night to settle down in front of the TV, leaving me alone down there. The reason I got so neurotic about sleeping in that basement was that after he'd left, I'd started hearing muffled conversations. Almost whispers, but not quite. And also loud enough for me to understand any words. And they wouldn't stop. It was like a sedate conversational party was going on in the other basement room and would continue until daylight. When I moved in with him, I asked him if we could move the bed up into the actual upstairs bedroom, which was empty after his roommate had moved out. Thankfully, he agreed, and we then set up my old bedroom set in the basement for guests. In the upstairs bedroom, it was quiet and peaceful, but then the whispering party seemed to move up into the kitchen, and it was basically non-stop whenever the TV and radio were off, and most often when I was home alone. He said he never heard it, but I would hear it when he was there as well as I was alone. And when I did hear it, it didn't upset me or threaten me or anything. It was just there. And it just felt like the house was super crowded with boisterous guests that were paying no attention to me whatsoever and having a fine old time in the next room. Sometimes I thought I was going crazy and it was all in my mind, especially when he could never hear it. Maybe it was all mental, but it was weird, and it only ever happened in that house. We eventually moved 2 more times into even older houses. I just love an elderly home, before we parted ways a couple years ago, and I haven't heard whispering groups of voices since. I had a colonoscopy yesterday and was up late the night before due to having to use the bathroom a lot. Due to the prep and not being able to take my melatonin gummies because of the clear liquid diet. I've been sleeping on the couch in our family room as it's close to the bathroom and easier to get up from quickly. The family room happens to be where the stairs that lead up to the top floor of the house are. The top floor is where the most activity has happened over the years, including something knocking religious items off the wall. It was too high for the cats to reach, and nobody had been in my room to knock it down. Plus the nail was still in the wall despite it being loose. Something also once almost got me in trouble with my brother, because he saw me in his room when he pulled up from a friend's house, only to find out I was across town with our grandma. After he moved out, I would hear something stand up from his squeaky futon bunk bed set, walk heavily across the floor of his room, and then back to the bed and sit down, when I was in the family room. Since I've been sleeping in the family room, I've discovered that there are still footsteps on and off at night. But I ignored it because it usually stays upstairs and leaves me alone, as long as I don't mess with it. I finally dozed off around 3, only to be woken back up almost immediately by a little girl's voice yelling, "Hello?" in my ear really loudly. I opened my eyes and saw nothing, but it scared the hell out of me. I was super tired at the time, so I quickly fell back to sleep, but I do remember that it had nothing to do with the dream I was having. Since being illegally evicted, we wound up in an old camper at our buddy's family home. I heard stories of something pursuing my fiancé across his property from the treetops before, back when he lived in a shack on the same property. The owner of the shack told him it's just a bear, even as he argued that bears can leap treetop to treetop. It's just a bear, don't worry about it. Even as everyone present heard it land on the roof and pace all night. It's just a bear. Well, now that we're in the camper, this bear seems to be enjoying itself. My first night, I was here alone as my fiancé had an emergency. I heard something scratching up and down the camper all night. I kept telling myself it was just branches. I've since been behind the camper. There are no trees, just grass. The next day, my fiancé was able to get here. We were walking out of the house. It's about 25 yards or so from the camper, which is where our buddy lives. I heard my fiancé's extremely distinctive laugh from about 10 to 15 feet in front of me, behind a stack of old tyres. It was so realistic that I caught myself trying to lean and peek around the tyres. Then, I remembered the night before and the stories I'd heard about the property reminded me that I'm not that white, and looked towards the camper. My fiancé was in there putting stuff away, so I gently hurried my ass to the camper, being careful not to run and alert what was fucking with me, to the fact that I knew it was fucking with me. I asked him if he'd been watching something, or saw something funny and laughed at something. Anything. Nope. He'd been there in silence since he'd gotten there a few minutes before me, since I'd had to grab all he'd forgotten to. I explained what had happened, and we didn't really talk more about it. That is, until he heard our buddy's voice calling his name outside the window of the camper that night. Nobody was there, and he and his girlfriend both swore he never left the house. Then I took my opportunity for, "I told you so." He had believed me the whole time though, and just didn't want to make a big deal of it and get it excited. We've had a lot of minor stuff in the week since, mostly knocks or footsteps on the roof. Fiancé thought he saw an arm out the window last night. The general feeling of being watched every few times we leave the camper. That is, until tonight. Out of nowhere, something started knocking up and down the camper. It's a fifth wheel, so it would knock at the door, the bathroom, and then the bedroom area where we were settling in. Then back to the bathroom, and then the door. It was at a semi-human speed, but just slightly too fast for the terrain outside. My fiancé insisted on looking out, and saw nothing. He then insisted on retrieving my hunting knife from the car, along with something to better secure the door. Thankfully, he made it to the car and back okay, but he looked super sketched out when he came back in. I asked if he'd seen something, and he told me that he had heard something knocking further down the property, towards the house our buddy and his girlfriend live in. Then, he said, he'd heard branches crack high up, and then knock further down. We tied the door much more securely with an old electrical cord. and we secured our cats in cupboards and kennels and closed the partition between the living and dining area and the bathroom and bedroom area. We cranked the sound on the game we're playing, but we can still hear occasional knocking, sometimes just one, most recently a bunch in rapid succession. We aren't sure what it could be. We're in the rural Midwest near several reservations on land they most certainly would have occupied, if that helps. Our buddy suggested a Pukwudgie, but I don't know enough about them to be able to guess. I haven't heard of anything like this. Many years ago, I visited my older brother in rural Scotland. In the evening, we took a 40-minute drive to his friend's house. The road we took was mainly through fields and woods, close to a place named Kingussie. I was in the passenger seat, and as the light began to fade, I spotted an unusual sight up ahead. It seemed to be a mannequin wrapped in fairy lights, and I imagined it might be advertising a business, or be a prank of some sort, or maybe a road safety measure. As we got closer, I saw it was a completely still figure mounted on a bicycle, facing the direction we were travelling. What I originally thought were fairy lights were kind of LEDs seemingly woven into a high-vis vest. The figure was tall and thin, though somehow I couldn't make out a face. My brother said he didn't know what it was and hadn't seen it before. Something about it gave me a chill, and I asked my brother to remember the spot on the journey home so I could investigate more. After several hours, it was pitch black and we made the journey back. At the appropriate point, my brother said we were near the spot. I had my eyes glued onto the side of the other side of the road where we'd spied the figure earlier. Suddenly, I saw it, but it had moved. It was again facing the way we were travelling, and was on my side of the road again. This meant that it had switched sides, but again was completely still. I tried to get a good look this time and turned in my seat, but somehow couldn't get a clear view. I again felt a chill shiver, and my brother did too. He floored the accelerator and we sped away. We didn't speak much on the journey, and when we got back, I asked if I could sleep on his bedroom floor instead of the spare room I'd been allocated. He instantly agreed. I was 30 at the time, my brother was 40. I don't fully understand what we saw or even why we were so scared, other than the oddness of the figure. My brother said long afterwards that he saw something dark rising around the figure that night. He travelled the road in daylight several times afterwards and never saw the figure or anything like it again. I've always been in a very religious family. I was even a father's assistant at a certain point, so the paranormal was never strange to me. For example, when I was 7, I went with Grandma to my cousin's house, which was very far and isolated, and in the middle of nowhere, I heard a voice speaking my name and asking if everything was alright. When I was 14, I studied a course for the entrance in a university. I studied a lot, every day, except Wednesday. During Wednesdays, I slept all day. On a particular Wednesday, I decided to sleep on the opposite side in which I sleep. I had a sleep paralysis episode. There were 3 figures looking at me, 2 equals on the sides and 1 in the middle. The ones on the sides were like nuns, using veils, all dark, but the eyes were like a white and red light. The one in the middle was like a man that used a hat with all dark, but again, the eyes were like red lights. I prayed and closed my eyes. They vanished after a while. In October of last year, I went to Canada to study English and stayed in the home of a family. They were religious too, but not of the same religion. The kind that pray loudly to God before every meal. My host mother once asked me to pray to God loudly, and for the first time I did. That night I went to sleep, and I felt happy and odd for some reason. I opened my eyes, and to my surprise, I was floating above my bed, and there with me, there was a very bright light that was orange and yellow at the same time. I felt happy for some reason looking at it. After a little while, the light disappeared. I stopped floating. I felt myself falling face first on my pillow, and then I slept. When I came back, I talked to 2 different fathers, and they both told me that that was God itself. One of these days, I went to my mother's rooms to show her a video clip of a song I really enjoy. While we were listening to it, I saw a white light at a medium height at the door for a while. I later told my mother about it, and she told me she saw the same thing before that day. There are more stories, but that's enough for now. I've had paranormal and unexplainable experiences my whole life, but more often as a kid, like ages 9 to 15. I'd like to share those as well, but this one has been bothering me again recently. This happened in January 2020. I was 22, and my sister was 15. To make a very complicated long story short, we wanted to contact my ex-boyfriend. He had killed himself a few months prior in the house we shared, and I still lived there. We were always wary of Ouija boards, but we were desperate for answers. We turned off all the lights and lit candles, blessed the house and said the stuff. We were extremely careful to be respectful and follow all of the rules. We connected with a few different entities. The first one called itself Mama. We asked if he knew my boyfriend. It said yes, and that it could connect us. Something then said it was my boyfriend. It said it loved us and said XD, which we assumed was the XD laughing face he would use. Then it said that Mama was evil and bad. It asked us to come back tomorrow. We came back, and this time was way worse. It was Mama again. The planchette was going so fast it was almost getting away from us. It seemed to really like my sister. It kept jumping off of the board towards her. It zoomed from M to A over and over. It tried to say it was my boyfriend again at one point, but it couldn't answer any questions about him or us. I tried to ask what our anniversary was, and it just guessed. And then I said it was wrong. It's like it got mad and started zooming from 0 to 9 really fast, like it was doing for the M and A. It said it was behind us, and my dog started going nuts. We said we were going to go, and it kept saying no. Like it was mad, and we weren't allowed to go, but we eventually got it to say goodbye, and we've never used it again. In fact, I left it there when I moved. Neither of us would ever fake that kind of thing. I've read that it can be subconscious, but I don't know, that shit was wild. We felt so sick and off after. She had bruises the next morning. We don't like to talk about it. It almost feels like it was a dream, but it wasn't. And the weirdest part is that when I think about it, I almost want to go back and do it again. And I don't know why, because it was terrifying. The events I'm about to describe happened about 6 years ago. I lost my uncle to a brain tumour. After his funeral, me and my cousin, who's 8 years older than me, was sleeping on the terrace of his house. I woke up in the morning around 3 o'clock and saw my cousin staring at a tree which was behind the house. I got a bit confused and called his name, to which he didn't respond at all. Now I was concerned about him. I called him once again. This time he looked at me, so I asked him what he was looking at this late. His face was pale and he looked shaken. As I walked towards him, he stopped me midway and told me to go to sleep. When I insisted, he said we'll talk about it in the morning. When I woke up in the morning, his bed was empty. So I went to the house and asked my aunt about him. She told me that he went to visit his father's memorial site early in the morning. When she asked him about why he was in such a hurry, he promised her to talk about it after returning back. It was so confusing, that incident in the morning, and now this. So I told my aunt about the previous night's events. She freaked out immediately and told me to get to the car ready to go after him. We reached the memorial site in about 20 minutes. When we reached the spot, we saw him there at his father's grave. He was wiping his tears. We immediately sat him down, gave him some water, and after he relaxed, we asked him about what had happened last night. What he told us was shocking. He woke up because of a sound, the sound of someone or something calling his name. He thought that I was calling him, but I was asleep, so he looked around for the source of the sound. He couldn't find it, but after a few seconds, he once again heard the sound, now telling him to look behind the tree. When he looked at the tree, he was terrified and happy at the same time. It was his father who was standing behind the tree. He shockingly stared at him. He was wearing the same clothes that he wore at the time of his death. He waved at him and just vanished. My cousin was in complete shock, hence he was unable to reply when I first called him. This is something that has been on my mind for quite a while. I would consider myself a skeptic, but one particular period of my life has always had me guessing. I simply have no explanation for what I experienced. I was around 11 years old when my family moved into a house that was built around the year 1910. It was a fairly large house consisting of an unfinished basement, main floor, and the attic. The attic had been converted some years earlier into 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. It was decided that my brother, who was 7 years younger, and I would share the 2 bedrooms in the attic. Starting from the first night in the home, I was uneasy and generally uncomfortable, especially when I was alone upstairs. Part of me wants to attribute this to my new surroundings, but who knows? The upstairs area in particular gave me the creeps. The long staircase up into the hallway was always dimly lit and led straight into a hallway, obscuring any line of sight you would have from the bottom of the stairs. Just thinking about it gives me chills to this day. The first few months were uneventful. It was probably about 6 months into living in the home when I would get woken up in the middle of the night from what sounded like thumping coming from the stairwell. For some context, my bedroom walls shared a wall with the stairwell. It sounded like someone lightly hitting the stairwell wall with their palm. Not a smack, not a knock, but a distinct thump. It did frighten me, but it would not last more than a few thumps, and then I'd fall back asleep. This would happen about every other night for a week or so, and then I would not hear the thumping again for maybe a month. I always dreaded it. In the periods of time I didn't hear the noises, I was relieved and optimistic in thinking it had gone away for good. Without fail, it would come back. It gave me a sinking feeling in my chest when I would wake up hearing the thumping on the other side of the wall. Then it would go away again for a few months. No one else in the house was hearing anything, and my parents told me it was the house settling, of course. The thudding of the house settling, extremely normal. After I had accepted that this was probably not going to stop, I began to become increasingly uneasy in my bedroom and the upstairs in general. I slept with my light on every night. I refused to spend any time in my room unless I was going to bed. By now, I was 12 or 13 years old, and I began to get an increasingly irritated and stupidly confident about trying to find out what was causing this noise in the stairwell in the early hours of the morning. If I was feeling particularly brave, I'd get out of bed, open my bedroom door, and flip on the hallway light. Nothing was ever there. Everyone in the house was sound asleep. After closing the door and getting back into bed, the thudding would begin again. By this time, it had gotten significantly louder, but still occurring in the same frequency as before. In hindsight, I might have made a mistake in being so confident in catching whatever was making the noise. Around the same time, I started to have a very strange recurring dream about being in my bedroom, as if I were awake, and there would be a tall man peeking at me from around the corner of my doorframe. I never saw the man's full body, only half of his face and his shoulder. I distinctly remember his one eye gazing into my room. I couldn't explain it any other way, except it was incredibly unsettling. He would just stand there, Nothing else. I don't believe this was a case of sleep paralysis. I had distinct transitions from being asleep to waking, and I knew it was a dream. By now, we'd been living in the house for a few years, and my younger brother was now about 5 or 6 years old. His reactions to whatever was going on really creeped me out. Up until now, I was the only one, from what I knew, having any kind of weird experiences in the house. On one occasion, my mum had asked me why I was scaring my little brother at night. I wasn't particularly surprised about the question because I would tease him sometimes. I asked her what she meant, and she said that my brother had gone and woken our parents up and said that I kept hiding in his closet with my scary mask on. I did have some Halloween masks that he didn't like, but I certainly wasn't hiding in his closet in the middle of the night, trying to frighten him. Hell, I was too scared to go into his room at night, let alone hide in his closet in the dark. I'm not sure what he was seeing, but it certainly wasn't me. When I was in middle school, I was feeling more comfortable being in the home alone, and I would sometimes be at home alone all weekend while my family went on camping trips that I didn't want to go to. The thumping in the hallway hadn't happened in a long time, and I had all but forgotten about it. I had other things on my mind, I suppose. It really never came up until I would sometimes have some friends spend the night with me while my parents were out of town. Eventually, it came to one of them asking me if my house was haunted. I hadn't really talked with my friends about what I had experienced in the house, so I was definitely surprised by them saying that they would be sleeping on the couch and hear what they described as windows opening and closing in the middle of the night. After that conversation, no one was jumping at the opportunity to stay at my house with me on the weekends when my family was out of town. Again, a while passed. Nothing out of the ordinary. I had again put it out of my mind. I was sitting on my computer in the downstairs area on a Friday night, waiting for my friend and his parents to come pick me up to go to an event, chatting away on MSN Messenger. I heard creaking coming from the upstairs hallway. These were distinct footsteps. Nothing like the thumping on the walls. As I was listening, my mind was coming to the realization that I was home alone, and those footsteps were not from any of my family members or friends. The footsteps began rapidly coming down the stairs, and before I knew it, I had jumped out of my seat and bolted out the door to wait outside for my ride. I stood by the street in the middle of winter, waiting for them to come pick me up, and I had this incredibly unsettling feeling that I was being watched from the upstairs window of my brother's room. I don't know what was causing the noise, and honestly, I'd rather never find out. The same night, I stayed at my friend's house and didn't say anything about the footsteps. I wanted to forget about it. The next day, I came back home to my family, and after a few sleepless nights, waiting on the thudding to begin again, it didn't. Everything stopped. That was the last experience I had. A few years later, my family moved out of the house. A few years after that, the house burnt to the ground. Apparently, it was an electrical issue that caused the fire. Every once in a while I'll share things with my brother, and he will confirm that even with him being so young, he can distinctly remember being creeped out by that house. I'm 31 years old, and I still don't know what I was experiencing. I can't explain any of it away, and I'm confident that it was very real. I haven't had any similar experiences since I heard the footsteps. Since I was a child, the forest was like my second home. And so I decided my roommate, who happens to be one of my best friends, should definitely try it out too. And of course, he agreed. We chose a spot in a forest in the north of our country, close to my parents' native town. During the day, everything was normal, and we actually had quite a lot of fun. What happened at night around 3 a.m. We were woken up by what seemed to be the sound of people singing. Now I swear, we hadn't brought much alcohol, and we definitely don't do drugs, so this was as weird as it got. It almost seemed like a religious chant or something. Of course, we immediately got out of the tent to see what was going on. There was nothing around us, as far as my friend's awful flashlight could show us. The singing was further away, but not far. We didn't actually have time to think whether we wanted to go and check or go back to sleep, because a mere few moments later, something really quick ran right beside me. It was literally like a wind breeze, but strong enough to actually knock my friend off his feet. I still have no idea what it was, but I swear to you, here and now, when I looked in the direction it went, I saw a naked man over 2 meters tall. It was only a second though. Afterwards it disappeared. I went to check on my friend, and he was unconscious. Of course, I immediately panicked and ran for a place with at least one bar on my phone so I could call for help. I found a spot, and I began dialing, and I'm quite certain I saw a hooded person stalking me 10 meters away. He also disappeared quickly. I assumed this one was because of adrenaline rushing through my veins and the darkness surrounding everything. I rushed back to my friend and stood there until the authorities arrived. As I'm writing this, it's been over 2 weeks. My friend got into a coma, but the doctors are optimistic. I still have no idea what the hell that was. I don't know whether the hooded man was real or a figment of my imagination, but the tall naked guy was. I'm sure of this. I walk my dog around the neighborhood behind my apartment building daily. It's a quiet, affluent, residential area of LA. When I walk her, I generally either don't see anyone else or come across the same people I usually see out with their dogs. A couple months ago, a house was torn down on the street to prep the lot for new construction. Since then, I've been experiencing weird shit, and tonight was the most blatant. The first instance, about a month ago, it was later than normal because I passed out on the couch, so no one was out. There was no wind, and it was a very mild evening. Out of nowhere, I heard wind chimes, but not tingly normal ones. It sounded like that it was made with wood or shells. It was a deliberate shake, pause, shake. My intuition was throwing alarm bells, and my dog was visibly agitated. I did what any smart person would do and pretended it didn't exist and calmly walked away. I knew it wasn't normal though, because I've lived in this area for 2+ years, and I've never heard that sound. Next instance, a couple weeks after that, we were walking our normal path and my dog started going crazy in literal air. There was no one around, and the area was well lit, so I would have seen a person. Since then, she's been on edge during walks, super reactive more than normal. She hates motorcycles. We're working on it. Anyway, once again, I pretended it didn't happen and calmly walked away. Today, similar to the above, no one was around. We'd passed a couple neighbours at the beginning of the walk, but as we went further down the street, there was no one. We were passing the construction site and my dog jumped and froze, staring into the site. It's completely fenced off, and our neighbourhood is constantly patrolled by either private security or the fuzz, so I find it hard to believe there would be a person in there, but I guess that's possible. Anyway, I was like, let's keep it moving, and once again, ignore. We keep going for another block or so, and I hear a whistle. It was 2 notes, as if someone was trying to get my attention. Again, ignore. About a minute later, the same whistle happened, but much closer to this time, and the dog was on edge. I may have muttered, "Oh hell no," but I attempted to do the calm walk away thing. I'm hyper aware of my surroundings at all times, particularly at night, so I know there was no one around to make the whistle sound. It absolutely creeped me out though, and I'm wondering if anyone has some insight on what it could be. And also, what should I do to protect myself and my dog? Because I'm way out of my depth. This took place about 5 years ago in the house I'm currently living in. My friend and I were waiting in my living room for my dad because he was our ride to another friend's place. We were both 15 at the time, so we didn't have our licenses yet. He eventually poked his head around the corner to let us know he was ready. We both got up and walked around the corner to then enter my kitchen, which leads to my back door. As we entered the kitchen and turned towards the back, we both saw the side of my dad going around the corner to my back door. To the back left side of my kitchen from where we were standing, there's an entryway with 3 short steps that goes down to a small landing area where you can access the basement or the door to my backyard. We followed right behind him, but as we turned the corner, he wasn't there. The back door was still shut and locked, which meant the only way he could have gone was to the basement. I thought this was very strange, because he would have had to sprint down those steps in order to get out of our sight in that short time frame, but neither of us heard any commotion. At this point, I was weirded out, but figured he was pulling some sort of joke on us. I began calling down the steps to him for a good 15 seconds with no response. At this point, my friend and I were starting to get slightly annoyed, because our buddy had been waiting on us for a good amount of time. I turned to look at my friend with a confused expression, when all of a sudden we heard my dad begin to whistle from the living room where we had just come from. We both sprinted up the short landing, through my kitchen, and into the living room where we found my dad. I started freaking out, asking him how he was able to get from the back landing area back to our living room. He explained that he never entered the kitchen after calling us, but instead turned the other way to my mom's office to let her know we were leaving. My friend and I both clearly saw my dad, and to this day, it's one of the creepiest things that's happened to us. The apparition was crystal clear, not foggy or transparent like the way Hollywood makes ghosts look, and was an exact replica of my dad. I opened my eyes to a strange sight. I was levitating, floating just a few feet above the ground, looking down at what appeared to be a bedroom. Whose bedroom I was in was a mystery at the time, as it was too dark for me to see. Directly below me lay a person sleeping soundly. As my eyes adjusted to the lack of light, I started to recognize something about the room. It was mine. I was looking down at me, sleeping peacefully. At that realization, I began to feel dread, an unshakable fear that something wasn't quite right. That's when the knocking started. It started as a light tapping coming from the closet opposite the foot of my bed. It was slow, too, with each knock following about every minute or so. Despite this, the real me dozed on as I watched from my vantage point. After a few minutes, the knocking got louder, more violent and rapid, as if someone was trying to bang the door down. The thunderous pounding shook the door in its frame and filled the room with a deafening boom. Still, I remained asleep, completely oblivious to the noise. My gut wrenched as a sense of dread became worse. The room held a sinister feeling, an atmosphere of tension blanketing the space. The knocking stopped, and for a moment, the unease I had felt was beginning to fade away. Then, the closet doorknob turned, squeaking obnoxiously as it did so. It was a slow turn, as if whatever was opening the door was making sure not to wake my sleeping self. The feeling in my gut reached its peak as my stomach grew tighter. The door slowly pushed open, its hinges squeaking almost as loudly as the door handle. Still, I slept on. As the door swung open, the air smelled of decay and became heavy with the scent. Out stepped a crouched figure, one with arms long and gnarled, with pale skin pulled taut around jagged bones and twisting joints. Its hands, with long skeletal fingers so thin the tendons were bulging, ended in long, yellowed nails, its feet just the same. Its face was that of a horror movie monster. Its head was thin and incredibly long, with its chin tapering at a dull point. Its wide, lipless mouth beheld long, rotting black teeth set in equally black gums. Its eyes were a black darker than anything I'd ever seen, so wide and far apart that it was barely human looking. Slowly and quietly, it lumbered towards my bed. The real me still passed out, and outstretched its impossibly thin arm towards my chest. It dug its long, rotting nails deep into me and drew blood. It followed with its other hand and slowly pulled apart the skin and muscle of my sleeping torso with a sickening, wet dripping noise, revealing the writhing guts that lay inside. It shoved its face deep into the cavity it just made, and when it lifted its head again, my small intestine hung out of its teeth. My eyes bolted open and I jumped up, dripping sweat. I felt my chest and, sure enough, it was in one piece. Then, I heard the knocking. Remembering that horribly gruesome image I had witnessed moments before, I tried my hardest not to empty my stomach and bolted out the room. I quickly pushed the door shut and locked it tightly before running to the living room. There, I grabbed my phone and slipped into the space between my couch and the wall, trying my best not to make a sound and calm my breath. I don't have much charge left in this thing, and typing this only drains it more. I can only hope that whatever that damn thing was can't get to me. I just phoned 911, and they're sending some guys to check out the house. And I swear, I just heard that closet door knob squeak, resounding through the house. The earliest occurrence happened a couple months after I started working there. It was during the early winter months, and the outdoor patio part of the restaurant was closed. During this time, the managers did not like the doors to the patio being open or left open, for obvious reasons. On one particular day, a manager nearby noticed that one of the patio doors had opened a little bit, and walked over to shut and lock it. But I swear that I saw the doors closed tightly on its own before the manager had reached it. Now, it wasn't that windy or stormy out, and even if it was, they're heavy doors that require a fair bit of effort to actually close tightly. I may have just seen it wrong, but I'm positive that the door closed by itself. The second and most disturbing occurrence had happened just a couple months ago. For context, I was standing by the polishing station in the kitchen, chatting with a coworker. I stood up against the coffee station with a wall directly behind me, meaning no one could have gotten behind me. The closest person to my left was a good 3 feet away, and couldn't have possibly moved fast enough that I wouldn't notice. To my right was the polishing station, and on the other side of the table was my coworker to my right. As I'm standing there, mid-conversation, I feel something touch my shoulder. It felt almost like someone clamping on it for a split second. I immediately froze, and my friend noticed my look of fear. I should emphasize that no one on my left could have possibly tapped my shoulder, and then walked 3 feet away without me noticing them. And no one could have been behind me, as I was against a counter, my back towards a wall. I concluded that perhaps it was a ghost of some sort, and kinda just tried to shake it off. Even then, I remember the touch as clear as day, and I still think about it quite often. The last occurrence happened earlier this week. I was walking from the break room in the basement to the stairway that led to the kitchen. Just as I opened the door to the stairs, I heard what sounded like a recording of a woman laughing for barely a second. Keep in mind, no one else was on those stairs at all. Rationally, I thought it could have just been the people in the break room down the hall that I heard. Except that room was 10 feet to my left, while the laughter I heard was much closer and on my right. I brushed it off since it didn't freak me out that much, though I will admit, it was kinda unsettling. To top it all off, I've heard co-workers talking about similar experiences in the restaurant. Apparently, most of the employees believe that it's haunted in some way, and quite a few have talked about their own experiences in passing. I'm not really scared of the place since I haven't had too many weird things happen to me, but I'm pretty sure the restaurant might be haunted in some manner. So when I was little, like 6 or 7, I was laying in bed trying to sleep for the longest time, but couldn't. I remember looking at my digital clock and saw that it was just a little past 3 a.m. And the way my bedroom was located in my house at the time, I could look through my doorway, through the hall, and into our den/TV room, where my dad was watching TV. My whole room was dark, with the exception of the minimal amount of light that was being emitted from the den, where my dad was. Then all of a sudden, I got the eerie sense that something was wrong or about to happen. I was really scared, so as children do when they're in bed and are scared, I covered my entire body and head with my sheet. After I did this, I felt as though and sensed that there was a face or a presence right over mine, just on the other side of the sheet. Then all of a sudden, my bed started to jolt and shake violently, as if there were 6 or so people underneath, full on kicking the underside of my mattress on all 4 corners and the centre, as if they were on their backs and had a full leg's length to do so. All 4 corners, as well as the centre of my bed, were being jolted up and back down to the box spring. Again and again, the bed was being jolted and shook. I'm sure that was only mere seconds, seemed like minutes, of my having to endure this conscious nightmare. I just remember looking and seeing my father in the other room and trying to scream. But nothing would come out, not even a squeak. All I wanted was for him to come into the room, take witness to what was happening, and stop it was from happening, or scoop me up and take me out and away from there. But neither would happen. And I know I wasn't dreaming or imagining this, because I went from that dream happening and continuing to happen, to me physically standing up on my bed whilst this was still going on. To get a running start on the bed and then landing on the hallway. I didn't want what I could only imagine might be under the bed, to go get under me. I then went straight into our den and TV room where my father was, but all I could do was look and stare into my dark room, and know that at some point, I was going to have to go back in there and get back in that same bed. I was terrified. To this day, I remember this event as if it were yesterday. Never did find out if the house had someone die in it while they lived there. Still makes me wonder about it. In this case, I have to lean towards the supernatural as being what caused my bed to shake. Because there were a lot of other things about that house that were off-putting in a real creepy, ghostly/demonic way. Would never want that to happen to me now. Surprised I'm not in therapy today from what happened then. Has this ever happened to anyone else? This happened to me when I was in 4th grade. I'm 28 years old now, and has seared into my brain. This was so significant that my parents and brothers still remember when it happened. I live in a small town in rural North Carolina, and we have an old plantation in the middle of the town that has all the old furniture in it, and you can tour the house and the grounds. The grounds include slave quarters, which are super sad to see. When I was in 4th grade, our class took a trip to this place, and the tour guide walked around and told us about the history of the place. Even at 9 years old, I had this immense sadness when we toured the slave houses and learned about the slavery that took place there. Anyways, we went into the house and were walking up the stairs. And at the top of the stairs, there was an African-American lady sweeping in silence as we walked up. She looked as real as anyone else in the room, but she just stood against the wall at the top of the stairs to our right as we walked up. She was wearing a long, light blue dress with a dirty apron, and her hair was pulled back in a low bun of sorts. I looked up at her and smiled, half expecting the tour guide to introduce us. The lady smiled a little at me, and I got a very warm, nice vibe from her, but I remember her eyes looked very sad. We finished the tour, and I sort of forgot about the lady, but when we left upstairs, I asked where the sweeping lady was, and the tour guide looked perplexed and asked who I was talking about. I described her, and the tour guide said there were no African American staff members there. I remember being mad that they wouldn't tell me who she was, and it never dawned on me that she could have been a spirit. I was so adamant that she was there that my teacher ended up telling my mom about it. I found out later as an adult that my teacher and the tour guide were freaked out. I'll never forget that lady that I saw and her sad eyes. It really makes my heart break to think she's still sweeping the stairs. This may sound dumb, but why would she be doing this in her afterlife? This leads me to believe that perhaps what I saw was trapped energy or something. Any ideas? Earlier today, I was out in the woods doing some fishing on a relatively small lake in a small, one-person dinghy boat. I was in the dead centre of this lake and had caught a few fish, and decided the spot I was getting it pretty quiet for bites, and decided to bring up my anchor and look for a new spot. As I was setting my anchor in the boat, I started to hear this extremely unnerving music. It's hard to describe, but it was almost like a metallic type sounding instrument with a very horror type sound to it, and had about 10 or 12 notes repeating. I assumed it had to hear some sort of thing in my boat making the sound, as it sounded like it was very close and all around me. I checked my anchor, thinking somehow maybe that made the music. Checked my phone, which was on silent, and I had no reception at all, and eventually just stayed dead still and listened. After excluding everything and hearing it clear as day, it freaked me the hell out, and I decided to get out of there ASAP. I'm not sure if it stopped, or if I couldn't hear over my paddling, but by the time I reached the shore, it was gone. To put more context, I was alone, extremely deep in the wilderness where very few vehicles can reach, and seeing people in this area is an extreme rarity. Beyond that, the lake I was at has only one access road, and there was no sign of anybody coming that way. The music also didn't sound far away or echoey. It was quite clear and very eerie. It also sounded nothing like any kind of wind chime or any kind of wildlife. I've frequented this lake for many years and have never heard it before, but I'm certain it was absolutely melodic and had musical intention behind it, not just wind or trees banging together sort of thing. A couple of years ago, I was sleeping at my fiance's house and I had a really strange dream, very realistic. I was in my house. Everything was normal. I walked down the hallway towards my master bedroom, which is normally the last room on the right of my hallway, but noticed there was an extra door just past mine. In the dream, I knew the door shouldn't be there and that I'd never been in that room. I went in and it looked very similar to my room, but the furniture was arranged differently. I went to the dresser and opened the drawers. It was filled with my old schoolwork and school projects. There was a distant droning, monk-like chant coming from the distance. I turned and started walking to the large windows at the far side of the room, but as I got closer, the light from the windows became brighter. Bright white to the point I couldn't get close enough to look out. The chant got louder too. It frightened me too much and I ran out of the room and woke up. That morning, while still in bed and chatting with my fiancé, I mentioned that I had a nightmare and briefly recounted it to him. He's not easily rattled. He's not religious or paranormally inclined person, but he got a strange look on his face as I told him my dream. He then told me that he had had a dream that night, that he and my father had built a strange addition onto my house. Like a rickety extended room just past where my room would be. They had then started working on a shed by the pond in the backyard and stopped to look up at the weird, shitty room they built. So I set a live trap for a mouse last night. It triggered at midnight, and the loud pop of the door woke me up. I decided I didn't want to just leave it in the cage all night long, waiting for morning. I could hear him trying to chew through the wires, and didn't want him to torture himself or get hurt attempting to get out. So I decided I'd just take him outside immediately. Instead of releasing mice in the yard by my house, I always go about 3 miles away into a forested area. I'm not cruel enough to just release him by someone else's house, thus causing them a mouse problem. Before I even got in my car to transport the little mouse, my stomach began hurting like never before. It was a horrible, foreboding feeling that was almost telling me something terrible was about to happen. There was no reason for my stomach to just suddenly start screaming in pain. I essentially never have stomach problems like this. It's exceedingly rare. I just don't get stomach aches. But this was painful on a scale that was so strange. I kept getting this deep sense of something being wrong. I got into the car with the little cage, going down the street. It was literally only 1 block away from my home that I instantly slowed on the brakes because of something enormous at that side of the road. At first I thought, well, that's got to be the tallest dog I've ever seen. Its silhouette was blacker than the night. As I slowed my car from maybe 20 to 10 miles an hour, it suddenly came out into the streetlight and walked across the street in front of my car. It wasn't running, but it wasn't going slow either. I suddenly realized it was no ordinary dog, but I knew it wasn't a bear either, because it didn't have much of a belly. This was 3 to 4 times the size of a wolf, and so I can confirm it was not a wolf. What I saw looked like a humanoid literally hunched over on all fours, moving with pace across the road. The head was distinctly wolf-like and enormous. Literally looked like a giant wolf head. The being had jet black fur, as black as hair can get. The legs were lanky. My brain literally froze. Instantly, I began rationalizing, but it was fairly impossible to rationalize what I had just seen. All I can think of is, how did they know? That's nearly identical to what this thing looks like as it's hunched over and walking on all fours. It's horrifying. On all fours, its backside is probably about 4 to 4.5 feet in height. The head is higher, easily reaching 5 feet. Again, there was no way this was a bear or other regular beast we're familiar with as humans. There was nothing familiar about it. To anyone who might say, maybe it was just a really large dog that was sick and hunched, definitely no. It was bigger than the largest dog breeds I've ever seen. To be over 4 feet in height while hunched over, definitely not a regular dog. Impossible to be a bear as none of this skinny. The humanoid aspect of it could not be denied. You could tell that if it wanted to, it could have easily stood up on 2 legs. What's more insane is that I could feel its energy. The energy was dark, oppressive, and really just a sense of danger swept over me. It had a very otherworldly energy about it. To continue, I slowly continued driving and quickly started over to the left side of the road, as I was passing to see where it had gone. I was able to see its silhouette by a bush, looking back at me, watching me pass. I didn't want to sleep. I was scared. I went on with my mission to release the mouse, but I can tell you this. When I got home, I ran into my garage and shut that garage door as quickly as possible. I was panicked, truly terrified. When you know what you saw, you know what you saw, they always say. I also know my mind didn't just fill in the blanks or hallucinate this. So about a month ago, one of my friends and his 3-year-old kid were visiting, and his kid fell asleep, so he decided they were going to call it a night. He picked up his son and headed towards my bedroom door. I was in front of him and walked down my stairs first and turned around when I got to the bottom of the steps, waiting for them to get to the bottom. His son turned and looked at me with a terrified face and pointed to the top of the stairs and started trembling and saying, "No, please don't get me." It was creepy, but we just laughed it off. Toddlers can say some spooky things. Fast forward to this morning. I woke up at 4:45 to my alarm to wake my girlfriend up for work. She got sick in the middle of the night and moved from our bed to the couch in the living room. I went downstairs to wake her up and her eyes were black and she was staring at the wall. It took me a second to realize her eyes were open and it scared me so much. I jumped back. And as soon as I did, she closed her eyes. She wasn't ever awake. That was weird, but she does weird things in her sleep from time to time, so it wouldn't have really bothered me, but the thing is, as soon as I jumped back and her eyes shut the light in the loft room above, the living room flapped on and the loft door slammed shut. We were both downstairs. Nobody else was there. So then my next alarm went off at 5:10, and she finally woke up and said, "I almost woke you up last night. I woke up randomly and got really scared, and the dog started barking at nothing. So I rolled over to get up and wake you up, but I must have fallen back asleep before I even got off the couch." After that, she got ready for work like normal and left. A little while later, I got paranoid and sent a text to my little brother asking if he was okay, and he told me I just woke him from a dream where he was being dragged into hell. So that didn't really help my anxiety of what just happened. We've thought we've heard doors close before. We've heard weird noises. What sounded like footsteps, etc. But it's always been chalked up to us being sleepy or regular house creaks and things like that. Nothing like this has ever happened. Me and my friend Bella had a mutual friend studying abroad, so we both flew down and visited our boy Chris in Buenos Aires. After a few nights in the bigger city, we took a 5-hour flight to Salta, a much sleepier town. We stayed at a youth hostel there and signed up for a full-day tour by bus to see the salt flats. We got picked up in the bus before the sun rose, and we started to drive way up into Salta's mountain range. It was amazing. For lunch, we stopped at an alpaca ranch, and we were given lentil soup with alpaca meat. I have a deep love for lentils, so I felt right at home. After lunch, we drove all the way down to the salt flats and hung around out there. It was then that I asked our bus driver if he had seen any aliens or anything out of the ordinary. He said he grew up here and hadn't, but said there's plenty of people he knows who have. The reason I asked is because it was such an expansive landscape and so remote. No electricity or power lines on the roads. Everyone I saw in the area looked super indigenous. Anyway, we left the salt flats and took the 4-hour drive back to the city. The sun is starting to set. I'm at the back of the bus, looking in wonder as we pass what looks to be mineral processing plants, a dilapidated primary school, houses that barely look like they're standing. I started to fall asleep. The 10 hours in the bus and large altitude changes were starting to get to me. But I'm awakened by the tour guide on the intercom. He basically said, in Spanish, "Hey, you kids from the US who were asking about weird stuff in the sky. Check this out. Never seen this before." Chris, Bella and I started looking around. I look out on the horizon. We're travelling westish because the sun was setting in front of us. I see some flashing lights just above the road, but a little to the right. After a few minutes, I realise it's just an airplane. I see wings, flashing lights on the wings, etc. But that's when everything started to make less and less sense. We continue to drive west, but the plane, as we got closer, is flying east, directly at us. It's now about 300 yards away, maybe 200 feet off the ground. We get even closer, and it's starting to feel like the plane isn't moving. Sure enough, it isn't. We are now almost next to it. All the lights are flashing. It's a commercial airline silhouette. All the passenger windows are open, as I can see the lights from inside the cabin. I see no logos on the plane. I hear no sounds of the engine. It's right there. And suddenly, I realize we're driving past it. And as I crane my neck to keep looking at it, its altitude hasn't changed at all. Never heard a sound. It felt like it was a sculpture stuck into the remote valley of the place. From seeing the plane to literally driving past it was about 10 minutes of viewing. I had pulled out my phone, but at the same time, I had 2 witnesses and we remained fixated upon it, trying to find a logical reason why this was happening. Nothing made sense. Felt like a life glitch. Now, all of us saw this. At least my friends and I was with us on the bus. About 2 hours later, we arrived back in Salta. We got dropped back off at the hostel, and our tour guide didn't say shit. I was just kind of shocked as I left. I live close to LAX in LA, so I'm very familiar with how loud large airliners should be when landing. I've seen them at the same altitude and distance, and they make enormous amounts of noise. I'm not a pilot, but I also know you can't just glide a plane of that size, for that long, at that altitude, in 0 headwind. Nothing about the plane's behaviour made sense. Upon returning to the hostel, I searched online for the nearest airports. Salta only has one, and it's pretty small and close to the hostel. We were 2 hours from town at the sighting of this incident. One time I was in my apartment with my parents, and my brother slept with my parents at the time, because he was a baby. So I remember not being able to fall asleep, so I was just sitting up in my bed. My bed was placed in the middle of the room, facing my door, which led to a hallway. Going left to right, this is important, because at the end of the left side was the kitchen and living room. On the right side, a little further down, was my parents' bedroom. So I was just sitting there making up stories in my head, when I saw a figure. It was short, spiky, and I was like 7. It had a suitcase in its hand. It just kept walking from where my parents' room was to the kitchen. Even though I was young, I knew that if I brought it up or even talked about it, it would come back. So I told my parents what happened, but not really. I just said I saw something in my hallway. So when I said that, I started sleeping in my parents' room. My dad one day had enough and sent me to sleep in my room. I was terrified. So my mom came with me to sleep with me. She only told me this a few years ago, that she couldn't sleep either. And when she looked at the door frame, she saw the Grim Reaper, or something that looked like it. So she started praying, and eventually fell asleep. When she woke up, she told my dad we needed to move out, so we did. Only a few years after that, we were driving, and we had to drive past those apartments. She told me to remember when you said you saw something in the apartment. I responded, yes, why? Then she told me something super scary, to me at least. She found out through a friend that they were practicing some type of witchcraft in the apartment. Still don't really know what I saw or what it was. Just some short little creature with spiky hair in a suitcase. Okay, so this morning, I woke up to something that scared the living shit out of me. It was around 3 a.m, maybe 3:47 a.m, and I awoken strangely. Now I say this after a big night staying up to 11, so usually I'll sleep all night. But for some reason, I woke up to a feeling as if someone was near me, or someone was in my presence. And as soon as I woke up, I was staring directly at an old lady who was sitting on my desk. I could see her pretty clearly, and she was easy to see with the dim hallway light shining on her. At first, I thought it may have been my chair, as my chair had clothes on it, and looked at it. But as adrenaline kicked in, I realised she was far from my chair, and was actually sitting on my desk. She had grey hair. It looked all through the hallway light is blue. She had a smile on, and it was super creepy. It looked as though she had some teeth missing. Now, at first, I thought it was my mom. She had the exact nightgown as my mum, so I was gonna shout Mom. But I quickly realised that it couldn't have been, as the lady on the desk had darker skin. Usually, I have a knife or gel blaster beside my bed. I was planning on using one, but I realised they weren't there, and I had left them outside. I thought of everything I could do, locked eyes with her for at least 1 minute, still smiling. I thought I would get up and approach her. I did so, and within seconds, she disappeared. It was like as soon as I changed angles, she left. But it couldn't have been that, as I saw her lying down, and then saw her as I perched up. I don't get scared often, so this was weird for me, but also gave me the creeps. Everything was so perfectly timed, waking up at 3 a.m, staring into her, the light showing what she looked like, and as I approach her, she disappears. It later really strange. I live in Australia and told my mum about the story. She said it might have been an aboriginal. My mum and dad have had similar experiences in the past. And this is the second time this year this has happened to me. Last time, I noticed someone on the edge of my bed. When I was little, maybe around 7 or so, I had my first paranormal experience. My mum always told me that she felt like I was attracted to things from the spiritual realm, even as a baby. But this experience is the first one that is my own memory, and I remember it vividly, and I'm now 26 years old. My mom was unlucky enough to have not only my father die, but also my little sister's father. My dad passed away due to a car accident, and my sister's dad committed suicide after a battle with severe depression. Needless to say, my mom had it pretty rough, and being a single working mother, she would often take us to a family friend who babysat us while she worked late nights at the hospital. The woman who babysat us was a warm, kind, and gentle woman named Rhonda. She always took the best care of us and my sister, and I really enjoyed staying with her. Rhonda had 2 birds who we loved to talk to, and they would repeat simple things like hello and what's up. We thought it was the coolest thing. After a long day of playing, my sister and I were off to bed, and Rhonda tucked me into my bed in her spare room downstairs. My sister was still pretty little, and she slept in the same room as Rhonda, because she was too scared to sleep alone. And Rhonda was like a grandma to us, who was more than happy to share the bed if we got scared. I was a big girl and loved having my own room to sleep in, and I was never scared. On this night though, I was having trouble falling asleep, and I just kept tossing and turning, growing frustrated that I wasn't asleep. And for some reason, I began to get anxious and became fearful. I didn't know why I was scared, but I was. After what felt like forever of me laying there, contemplating getting up and crawling into Rhonda's bed, I heard something in a low, calm, male voice say, "Marissa, it's okay, just go to sleep." This surprised me, but it didn't scare me. I believe that as a child, you're more open and susceptible to paranormal things, due to the fact that you're not conditioned to be fearful yet. With age, you learn what's scary, and all the things that go bump in the night that you should run away from. But I was still so innocent that I didn't register this as threatening. Actually, this calmed me down, and I started to feel very tired, and just accepted what the voice told me, and went to sleep. The next morning, Rhonda made us breakfast, as she always did. She sat across from me and sipped a coffee that I always asked for a sip of, because I wasn't already a strange child. I had also a taste for coffee. She asked me how I slept, and I told her I was scared and that someone told me to go to sleep. She looked at me confused, and she asked me if I had a dream that someone was talking to me, and I told her no, I was awake. She said it was probably the birds talking, and again, I told her I was sure it wasn't. She then asked me if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice, and when I instantly said it was a man's voice, her face changed from the usual cheery, warm expression to put off and uncomfortable. I had never seen her face look like that before, and I think that's why I remember this so vividly. She changed the subject quickly, and we went about our day, and I didn't think about that again for years. Fast forward into my teens, my mum and I were having a discussion about the paranormal, because I had a lot of strange activity happening, and she asked me what the first experience I remember is. I shared the story about the man's voice at Rhonda's house, and how odd Rhonda's reaction was, and my mum looked at me and her eyes widened a bit. Now, Rhonda went a little MIA a few years later, and unfortunately, she just slowly lost contact with us, and eventually, she was no longer part of our lives. I hadn't seen her in years. When my mom collected her thoughts, she looked at me and said, "Marissa, you know Rhonda's son died in that room, right?" I didn't. I knew she had a son who passed away from a tragic overdose, but I was so young and never met him, so I didn't think about it. I looked back at my mom, and we didn't have to say anything. We both were thinking the same thing. If I was hearing a spirit speak to me, there's a good chance it could have been her son. From what my mom said about him, he was a very kind and caring person, much like his mom. Maybe that's why I wasn't afraid when he spoke to me. I'm not saying that this is factually what happened, but it does make me wonder. The voice I heard was real, that much I do know. Regardless of who it belonged to, it's sure to me that much is true. Since that experience, I've had many, many more, and unfortunately, they got much more sinister as I got older. It got very, very dark for a while, and I witnessed things that you usually only see in horror movies. The small town of Guysborough, Nova Scotia is like every other East Coast town you've ever been to. Economic majority is based on lobster fishing, colonial-style town hall and post depot, millionaire paradise homes, etc. We have a small business ice cream parlour, a lucrative coffee and microbrew company, and our fair share of boonies, tall tales, and secrets better left unexplored. It's where I've lived and worked my whole life. Unlike my father, I couldn't stand being on a boat for more than 20 minutes at a time. So instead of learning his trade of setting, reeling, and repairing lobster traps, I took a liking to the electrical trade. I went to the NSCC in Port Hawkesbury, got my certificate in residential and commercial work, and began earning my hours alongside registered journeymen. It took me almost 7 years to write my test and get my seal, but as soon as I did, I took out a loan and opened my own business in town. With almost a complete monopoly in the area, I should be able to pay off that loan within a year or two of steady work, and then start working on my student debts. It was an average overcast day when I got a call from the local municipality office. Mrs. Diana Sharp, an older woman who lived around Cook's Cove, was given a grant by the government to fix up her little house and bring state-of-the-art luxuries to it. I was recommended by the local union as a reliable tradesman, and they asked me if I could go out and assess the house for repairs. With it being a lazy inventory day, I agreed and was at her door within the next hour. The house was an old 2-story shack, somewhat decrepit and weathered by the harsh coastal environment. Even now, the Atlantic winds battered the small home as the first drops of rain began coming down. Paint peeled off the vinyl sidings and trash from previous upgrades on the house laid strewn in the wooded edge of the property. From a glance, I knew this job would be a doozy, but I gathered myself and tools and knocked on the door. An elderly woman opened the door a crack, her beady eyes narrowing at my own gaze. "Can I help you?" came from a raspy, worn voice. "Hi, I'm Cal. I'm an electrician. I'm here to assess that quote for you." The door flung open, and her demeanor switched instantaneously. "But of course, so nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Come in, come. She ushered me into the house, as her hunched body shuffled away from the door. I walked in and was greeted with the average granny cottage smell of must and age, mixed with fresh baking bread, a hint of cinnamon, and the feeling of safety. The place was uncharacteristically calm. Outside, a storm was brewing, one that could threaten to take this shack away with one gust. But the interior seemed to ignore it all, stuck in a mood of having long-time friends coming over for a visit. I dropped my tools and took off my jacket, eager to get out of the coming storm. I heard dishes being moved and a gas stove being lit. "Would you like some tea? Warms up the heart and soul on days like today," Diana called from the kitchen. I figured a cup wouldn't hurt and accepted her offer. 2 milk, 1 sugar. As the kettle boiled, Diana sat us down at her dinner table and handed me the grant documents. She had a sizable sum granted for electrical repairs and upgrades, and said she trusted me with using every penny responsibly and respectfully. I told her I would do just that, and asked her if I could look around while we waited for our tea. She stood and led me to the various rooms in her humble abode. Aside from her kitchen and dining room, the first floor consisted of a decent-sized living room and a smoking room. As we went along, she outlined what she wanted done with the home. Replace all the electrical components, install new lights, run a few new circuits, the usual groundwork. The second floor had 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. I've not much use for these rooms anymore. Children up and left the moment they turned 18, and not a single one has come to visit, she snorted with contempt. But I reckon the switches, lights, and other doodahs should match the rest of the house. I felt my heart drop for her, alone in this withering house, with no family to visit and keep her company. Nevertheless, she carried herself high, all the way down to the basement door in the kitchen. I'd missed it entirely before. The small wallpaper indent in the wall looked nothing like a door. A hole sat where a knob should have been. An old-style iron latch kept it closed, and the aged brass hinges creaked as she opened the door. Be mindful of the basement, Sonny. It was never finished by my good-for-nothing husband, so it must muck down there. The dark, cramped stairs led down to a cobweb-infested space, with barely enough room to stand upright. The floor was only concrete at the base of the stairs. Like Diana said, it was muck and mud for the rest of the room. Brand new appliances, like a water heater and gas furnace, stood atop stone tiles, saving them from the muddy mess. The panel was mounted on the concrete wall, directly in front of the stairs. Damn, this looks like it'll be a real job, I muttered under my breath. Nothing you can't handle, I assume, Diana quickly snapped back, sweet and inviting as ever. We walked back up to the kitchen as the kettle started to wail. I was looking forward to that cup of tea when a figure in the corner of the room caught my eye. It was a man, standing tall and gaunt in ratty-looking clothes. His face was covered by a long, matted beard and a fisherman's cap. His rubber boots bulged past his sizable legs, and his whole body dropped as if he was soaking wet. I was completely caught off guard and just eyed him down for a few seconds before Diana grabbed my chin and yanked my gaze towards her. No, that's my good-for-nothing husband I was just talking about. He's no harm, I can assure you, as long as you don't meet his gaze with yours. She said this as if talking about a family pet. She released her iron grip from my face and headed for the stove. As she grabbed the kettle, I took another glance at the corner, only to realize the man was gone, vanished like a cloud of smoke on a windy day. What? Why? How? Was all I managed to sputter out before I was handed a cup of tea. Matthias was a good man, Diana began as she sat down at the table. He loved and cared for us, brought home food and money, made sure the house never fell into disrepair. She took a long sip from her cup. It's been almost 20 years since this ship washed ashore after a storm, battered and damaged, with no one aboard. He and his 2 crewmates were pronounced lost at sea after a months-long search. I wept almost every day for a year. Her voice ached with sorrow as she choked back tears. She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her tired eyes. Then one day, he appeared at the door, in the shape you saw him. He said nothing, walked in and up the stairs, and he was gone. She gave a shrug and a half-hearted smile. Since then, he appears only when guests arrive and watches over us. Like I said, you won't have any trouble from him, so long as you don't look into his eyes. I stood there for a minute or so, cup of tea shaking in my hands, thoughts whizzing around inside my head. I took a deep breath and managed to ask the burning question on my lips. What happens if I look him in the eyes? My voice broke like I was a teenager again. Diana took another long sip from her cup, let out a sigh, and said, without missing a beat, "You'll drown where you stand." I've always had trouble sleeping, ever since I was little. I also have very vivid dreams. I can recall the tiniest details, and they tend to have some sort of storyline. At the age of 11, I first actively noticed it. I dreamt about the woods. I love going to the woods, and in the dream, I was searching for bugs under logs and rocks. I felt something creeping around. I didn't feel like it was staring. I was just surprised there was a little girl in the woods. I didn't see much of the creature, but I did notice some long strands of what seemed like a fleshy surface gliding off into the woods. It was quite tall, since I could see the leaves moving. After that night, I began noticing it more frequently. When I was 15, I developed sleep paralysis and severe nightmares. In my sleep paralysis, I saw the shadows of my room moving. It always ended the same. I could see fingertips in my peripheral vision. They were too long to be human. The fingers would close in from the sides. There were no hands, just fingers. Very, very long and bony fingers. When they covered all of my vision, they would rapidly close in, and I would wake up hyperventilating, sweating, and sometimes screaming. In my nightmares, I saw the same fingers. I had one recurring nightmare. I was next to a lake in the woods. There was one long and narrow dock stretching over the lake. However, it never started at the lake. In the woods, I felt something creeping around me, testing the waters of who and what I am. At some point, the fingers would creep around a tree, and all I could think of to do was run towards the lake. I could hear it crashing through branches, thundering after me. No matter what I tried, it always got me. If I stopped, it would get me. If I ran, it would catch up. If I jumped in the lake, he would grab my feet before I could hit the water. I had this dream so many times. I tried everything I could possibly think of. If it got me, I would wake up in pure panic, screaming, sweating, and hyperventilating. At some point, I could barely sleep anymore. And at some point, I was getting bored with the same dream, same outcome, same monster. I learned that if I did nothing, I would wake up much sooner, so I could also start to sleep again much sooner. Second time, he was never there. This went on for a few months, until one day it seemed to be bored with me. That was the first night I fully saw it. The long fingers are as long as my legs. Its body and head are fused, and it felt like it was curious. Its legs were more like a wolf's hind legs, or a horse, depending on how you look at it. It had human feet, but it walked on its toes, and its feet were half a meter long. Its face was not something I had seen before, or something I can describe, really. It had a big mouth, a little snout too, again in a horse or dog kind of way. Its black eyes were full of wonder, surprise, and curiosity. Not what I expected. After looking at each other, it slowly walked into the woods again, looking back a couple of times whilst I stood there. Ever since that night, it's been in every dream I had, no matter where that dream played. Always somewhere in the back. I think I've met it in a different form too, in a different dream. While I was sitting on a train, which went very fast, everything suddenly stopped moving and a conductor passed me. He kneeled in front of me, looked me in the eyes, and it was the same eyes. He talked to me about my insecurities and doubts. I could only listen. In the end, he said, "Remember what I learned from you. Don't be ruled by fear." I've moved out of this house for almost a year now, and I'm very happy about it. The house never ever felt right. The lights never seemed to ever truly light up a room, and always seemed dark wherever you were in the house, even if a natural light was let in. All my friends say the same thing, that if they come over or stay the night, that just something just felt wrong, but we never knew why. The house was very tiny. It only had one floor and even had no basement. Instead, it had a crawl space with a dirt floor. The hallway leads to all the rooms. The hallway in the house was the worst. In the hall is where you feel the worst in the house. Even when I was 16, I would still run to my room through the hallway, feeling like someone was going to grab you if you walked or stayed there for too long. And walking past the bathroom, almost every time, I could swear I would see something in there with the light on and everything. The black shape, but it was the only bathroom and also felt wrong. I even cut showers short sometimes because of the feeling of being watched. It didn't happen often, but me and my brother had the lights go out on us for no reason, while either using the bathroom or taking a shower. We just tried to be like, it's an old house, it happens. But it would still freak us out. There was even one day that my brother got stuck in the bathroom. The door was locked shut, even though there was no lock. Then the lights went out, and I don't know what happened to him in there, but he was screaming like someone was going to murder him. My dad finally broke the door down. My brother ran out as soon as possible and straight to his room. This particular incident happened to my ex-girlfriend on November 26th, 2015, and has since stuck with me. I initially researched the incident the morning after, as it seemed to me like something that would have been experienced on a larger scale, but sadly couldn't find anything but debunking videos for sky trumpets and the like. On November 26th, 2015, Thanksgiving, my girlfriend and I returned to my apartment in Queens, New York, and passed out after a long night of feasting. At about 2:40 a.m, we were awoken by the sound of a very low, ominous rumble that rattled the window panes. At first, I thought it was a helicopter passing by or a semi that might have actually turned off onto a residential road. But something felt off. It felt like it was in the apartment. When we both were awake enough to start investigating, I went to the other side of my apartment to see if it was coming from out back, but the sound didn't seem to change directionally or reduce or increase in volume. After 2 or 3 minutes, a new sound added to the rumble was this echoing chime, almost like a strange moan. It was very soft compared to the rumble and seemed distant at first. After a few minutes of this chime and moan began to get much louder, and I began to get worried. I was very on edge, so I put on a jacket and went downstairs on my stoop to see if I could at least pinpoint where the sound might be coming from. Once I was outside, the sound was very loud. I mean loud enough that people were poking their heads out of windows and standing on their stoops at almost 3 a.m. The whole thing went on for about 30 minutes. We even checked the news to see if there was something happening. It's New York City after all. But nothing was being reported. I never found any concrete evidence in my research, and I can't explain it to this day. My neighbours all remember it though. My roommate works at Universal Studios in Diagon Alley. The employees who work there can be moved to different stores when help is needed. The Diagon Alley has a smaller, hidden, nocturne alley hidden behind the cheery shops, showcasing pastries and magic bubblegum. Organ and Burke is the only store located in that smaller section of the wizarding world, and is meant to be creepier than the rest of the alley. To make it more realistic, Universal bought a lot of the decorations in that store from estate sales. There's one mirror that hangs over a trunk in the corner that guests and employees have sworn that when they look into it, they see a woman standing behind their reflection. However, when they turn around, she's gone. This happens so often that instead of having the mirror at a level where someone could look into it, it was suspended so that the spirit couldn't be bothered by guests and vice versa. I used to work for the Spring Hill Suites across from SeaWorld. A couple years back, a woman checked into room 1509 and then walked to the CVS across the street to buy a pocket knife. When she got back to her room, she offed herself. The housekeepers and housemen used to come to the front desk to tell us about how they saw a woman walking down the hall who just disappeared. Or would turn the corner, and when they turned that same corner, she was gone. Housekeepers who clean that room will have drawers and cabinets open on their own. And the engineer who found her smells carnations anytime he gets on the elevator on that side of the building. It was already a Friday evening, and to add some cherry on the icing, the boss was in a happy mood and gave our team the go-ahead to leave about 45 minutes early before the office hours actually ended. I packed my stuff, rushed quickly to the elevator, and in about 10 minutes was driving out of the parking lot, sipping my cold coffee that I had grabbed from the cafeteria on my way down. I took a look at my watch. It was 5:34 p.m. Perfect. It was a pretty hectic week, and I was really looking forward to the weekend. Not that I had any plans as such, but I just wanted to be at home, have a few friends around, get drunk and play games all weekend. I was already visualizing all of this in my mind as I entered the highway. My office is located an hour's drive away from my home, and though the distance does not usually bother me much, but at times like these, it could be a pain in the ass, as I was already anticipating reaching home ASAP to get more time on my hands. It was already sunset, and I had already covered about a third of the distance and pulled up at the first red signal for the evening. I pulled up at the signal and was slowly sipping the cold coffee, eagerly waiting for it to turn green as a homeless guy knocked on my window, asking for spare change. In my country, it's very common to see homeless people asking for spare change or food at the signals. I hadn't noticed him almost limping towards my vehicle until he had appeared in my field of view, only for about 5 seconds. Maybe I was anticipating the weekend so much that I hadn't paid attention to my surroundings, except for the signal. "Hello, kind sir. Please spare some change for this poor soul," he said with a smiling face. He was a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and beard, wearing a soiled green cloth, torn and exposing his left elbow, which was wrapped over his light grey t-shirt, which also covered part of his dark brown shorts. He held a stick in one hand and a can in the other. I usually spare some change for the homeless, but I noticed that I had kept my wallet in my backpack while buying the coffee, and it was in the back seat. Being too lazy to reach for the backpack, I politely responded, "Sorry, I don't have any change today," as the lights almost turned green. I kind of expected him to frown and curse me under his breath, which usually happens with me when I deny change to the homeless. However, his smile just widened to more of a grin, which freaked me out a bit. All of this happened in a few seconds before the signal turned green, and I started my car and drove off. I could still see him in the rear view mirror, looking in my direction and letting out the same grin, though it made me a bit more uncomfortable. I was relieved to have escaped the situation and gradually, subconsciously, went back to thinking about trying out the new gin that I had read about last week. About 5 minutes had passed as I reached the next signal. I slowed down my car as I finished my cold coffee and was shuffling some Tame Impala on the speakers as I heard a knock at my window. I didn't look up this time because I didn't want to have another encounter like I had a short while ago, until I heard those familiar words. "Hello, kind sir. Please spare some change for this poor soul." I instantly looked up and almost froze when I saw the same guy from the previous signal, in his green shawl torn at his elbow. He again showed his eerie grin from before as he softly kept knocking at my window. I was puzzled, trying to figure out how he got here so fucking fast when I saw the signal turning green. I looked at him and quickly apologized and noped the fuck out of there. I was confused at this point, but at the same time, tried to convince myself that I was seeing things and it was my mind playing tricks on me. I nervously laughed the situation off and drove another 7 or 8 minutes to the next signal. Now, I was about halfway through and partially relieved that this was the last signal for the time being, as the next signal is located about 5 minutes from my home. The sky started getting darker and the streetlights illuminated the paths ahead. I was still kind of paranoid and kept checking my surroundings for anything unusual. About 76 seconds remained until the signal turned green, and there were no signs of anything peculiar around me. By the time it got to 30 seconds, I suddenly started feeling a bit more cold, though I bet that I hadn't changed the AC settings since I set from work. I quickly looked outside my window, but there was nothing but cars outside and felt relaxed. However, unusually more cold. However, I turned to the passenger window side and my balls dropped. The same guy was standing at the other side, this time with a more sinister grin. As the streetlight shone over him, I got a closer look at him and noticed that his eyes were as black as the void. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Even my body wouldn't move. It was almost like I was fading into the void in his eyes for what felt like eternity. Suddenly, I snapped out of the hypnosis to the sounds of car horns behind me. The lights had already turned green, and I could hear the people behind me cussing and honking. I quickly glanced back at the passenger seat's window and noticed that he was nowhere to be found. I quickly started my vehicle and drove out of there. This can't be possible. How the fuck did he teleport here? Were the people around me unable to notice him? I was getting more and more anxious by the minute as I drove and avoided any stoppages. I glanced at my watch as it showed 6:17 p.m. There wasn't much traffic ahead, so I drove a bit freely and tried to focus on the music that was playing, adjusting the volume to a perfect 25. I was almost relaxed when I saw someone familiar standing at the footpath. I quickly slowed a bit and turned back. There was no one. It was my imagination. As I turned around to face the road, I saw him standing at the footpath ahead. I let out a loud shriek as I instantly switched the gears and put my foot on the accelerator, disregarding the traffic cameras on the way. Reaching home ASAP was my top priority at the moment. I only paid attention to the road and nothing else. I finally reached the last signal. I was shivering at this point, desperately hoping to avoid any further encounters with this person. The signal showed about 50 seconds remaining. I just closed my eyes and started counting backwards to open my eyes at the exact same time the signal turned green. As I closed my eyes, I started hearing random knocks on all 4 windows of my vehicle. Hell, even at the sides of my windshield. I was pale, shit scared at this point to even open my eyes. The knocks turned to palms slapping at my windows. I even heard the door locks of my vehicle flapping aggressively. I was profusely sweating and just wished that whatever was doing this doesn't enter the vehicle. I screamed, "Leave me the fuck alone!" Silence. I thought it was all over and slowly opened my eyes. My jaw dropped when I saw that my car was surrounded by what looked like the replicas of the same homeless person. I couldn't see any other vehicles on the road, only the same guy. All of them had black, void eyes with the same sinister grin on their faces. After what felt like forever, I blinked my eyes and everything went back to normal. The vehicles behind me honked aggressively. I quickly started my car and drove. As I took the turn which was supposed to lead towards my apartment complex, I noticed that I was back at the last fucking signal. What the actual fuck, I thought. I heard a knock at my window. I knew who it was. Slowly turning my head around, I saw that familiar fucking face. He looked normal this time, but I could tell something was off. He spoke. I looked around and saw everything was in reverse. All the vehicles, people, everything fucking in my vicinity. I blinked. Everything went back to normal. I sped through the green signal and took the turn. Again, the fucking signal. This time I heard knocking, looked at him, and saw that the old guy didn't have eyes. There was just plain skin where his eyes were supposed to be. To say that I pissed my pants would be an understatement. I quickly drove through the green signal and took the turn to find myself back at the same signal. I was both physically and mentally drained at this point. It felt like the world was glitching out on me every time I made a turn. I heard a knock, and this time I reached for my wallet lying inside my backpack and took out whatever cash I could find. I slowly rolled the window and put my trembling hand out, offering all the cash I had, without looking at whatever was standing outside. I felt a warm, humanly hand take the cash from my hand, but what he said in its response left shivers down my fucking spine. Almost. The voice sounded purely demonic, like a mixture of two voices. At the same time, from the corner of my eye, I noticed the entity vaporizing into thin air. I could almost confirm that the creature wasn't in any way a human. As soon as the signal turned green, I just stomped the accelerator with all I had, hoping that the next turn just led me straight to my home. This time, I actually made it. I was almost at the brink of a mental breakdown, unable to process that shitstorm I had just crawled out of. As I parked my car, I checked the time, and it was 11:26 a.m. I was literally confused, as I didn't expect this much time to have passed. Was I tripping? Was all of this just a figment of my imagination? However, of all the events that happened during the evening, the one thought that fucked me up the most was, what fate would I have met with had I refused to spare him some change? I don't know how much time I have. I'm currently hiding in my bathroom, trying to figure out how this has happened. Let me explain. I live in the city. Not much really happens to me here. I get up, go to work, half-ass my job in accounting, and head home. Rinse and repeat. 2 months ago, I moved far away from my little rural town to get away from the inherent claustrophobia of having to deal with an overprotective family and cliques of gossiping townsfolk. You know, a fresh start. I don't think I have the mental comprehension to be able to sustain a healthy relationship, hence no partner. I live alone. However, for the past week and a half, I've been hearing noises at night. At first, I chalked it up to some strays landing in my garbage, or my neighbours being particularly rowdy. I started to notice, though, it was coming from inside my house. The low humming of whispers, the gentle tread of footsteps sneaking a path as to not creak my floorboards, and scratching. Now, I'm not the kind to feel paranoia, but this was weird, and it somehow got weirder. The whispers got louder. I noticed things had moved in my house that shouldn't have moved. An ominous, faint purple light began piercing the gaps of my closet door, before abruptly disappearing on my approach. I should have just noped my way out of the house, but I stuck it out. Whatever this was, there had to be a logical explanation, right? Maybe I'm just sleep deprived. Maybe the noises were coming from outside, and I was misconstruing the information present to me. Then I noticed something I hadn't before. I got home from work the other day, and while fiddling my pocket to find my keys, I stopped and saw runes just below my door. Someone had etched into the concrete what looked like letters of some form of runic alphabet. Next to it, a small red fingerprint. I knelt down to inspect it. This wasn't done quickly. The etching looked professional, like it took time and effort. As my fingers ran across the runes and met the stained fingerprint, I felt a jolt of electricity run through my fingertip. Ouch. What the hell? What was the... Excuse me? When I say I almost jumped out of my skin, I mean it. I turned around and standing there was a short old lady with a kind demeanour about her. "I'm so sorry, dear. I didn't mean to make you jump like that," she said emphatically. It's okay. You just startled me is all." My heart was pounding. Great. Now little old ladies are scaring the crap out of me. "Well, my dearest apologies. I'm your neighbour from across the road. I guess we haven't had the chance to be acquainted. You're not in your house very often." She spoke meaningfully, yet there was something I couldn't quite put my finger on. As she spoke, her posture went arched to straight. It was as if she gained some sort of confidence. I couldn't tell you why, but that, mixed with how tightly fixated her eyes were on me, just didn't sit well. Yeah, the joys of working life, am I right? Anyways, I just wanted to give you this. She extended her saggy, veiny arm towards me with what looked like a letter. It was sealed by a small wax print of what looked like a goat's head. "This is just a small welcome from everyone here in the community." She smiled and gave a little tilt of the head. "Oh, well, I appreciate it. Thank you." I wasn't too sure how else I could respond. Maybe I should invite her in for some tea or something. "Would you mind if I came in for a drink?" I was taken aback. It's not often someone you've just met will invite themselves into your house. But common courtesy got the better of me, and I let her in. She wasn't in my house very long, and she got significantly less talkative. It was almost as if her mind had wandered. Admittedly, I felt bad. Maybe it was her age and she had trailed off. Something was still off, though. She may not have been talking, but she was definitely paying attention. I caught her inspecting every nook and cranny in her peripheral vision. This was getting a bit much for me, and with everything that had been happening, so I quickly poured her a glass of water and escorted her back to the door. "Thank you, dear. I look forward to talking to you soon." She smiled and head again. "It's my pleasure. You take care now," as I closed the door. I went into my living room to watch her off. She was gone. There's no way an old lady moves that fast. I didn't know what to even think anymore. The next couple days played out the same. The noises, the purple light. Investigating never brought up a shred of evidence as to what was going on. That's when we get to tonight. At 2 a.m, I was laying in bed when I heard a loud thump come from outside. As I get up and open my curtain to inspect, I see through the window across the street the little old lady. And she's looking at me, smiling. This time, it's a big, big smile. She starts pointing towards something in my direction. I then remember. The letter. It's in my dresser. I never opened it. I rush over to grab it. I break the seal. Inside is a small note. As I read it, I look up to my window. She's gone. The words written on the paper send a sharp chill down my spine. "Thank you for letting me in." I've lived in my house in London since I was 6. I'm 18 now. My neighbourhood has always been quiet, apart from the occasional attempted burglary. I've also never been an avid believer of, well, anything really. Paranormal, religious, you name it. I'm a man of science and logic. I try to explain things using principle. I've always been able to prove an abnormality to be the work of fiction or some justifiable means. I cannot explain this, though. I never really talked to my neighbours. Never really needed to, apart from 2 of them. Keith, a 19-year-old boy who lives 2 doors along from me, and Dot, the 80-year-old who lived between me and Keith. Keith was the same as me. He was atheist and scientific, so believe me when I say nothing scares or surprises him. Dot was always nice to us in that old lady sort of way. Keith would jump over the garden fences and play football with me, and Dot would bring us out sweets and snacks. This was how it was from day one of living where I lived. I remember the day, the exact conversation I had with Keith as he entered my garden. I was 9 and he was 10 at the time. Me. "Sup, dude?" Keith. "Hey," he said in quite a glum voice. "Hey, what's up, man?" "Wait, you haven't heard?" "Heard what?" "Well, it's about Dot." "What about me?" We both spun round in a startled manner. Dot was standing there, just as usual, with a tray of cookies. She seemed white and very cold, which was odd considering it was 27 degrees Celsius outside. Me. "Oh, hi Dot. You really didn't have to bake cookies." "Well, I can't just let you boys stand around without anything to snack on, can I?" she chuckled. While I was speaking to Dot, I noticed something a bit off. It was Keith. He was still frozen. His eyes wide as if he had just witnessed something so terrifying that it petrified him into stone. What was even weirder, ironically, was that he hadn't spoken. Now, Keith was so charismatic, he would outlive God having the first and last word in a conversation. But not this time. This time he just stood there, not uttering a word. Me. "Are you okay, Dot?" I continued. "You're looking a bit pale today." "Oh, it's nothing, dear. I just feel a bit under the weather, that's all. I'm going to lay down for a bit. I'll see you boys later." I said bye, and before I uttered my last syllable, Keith was disappearing over the fences back into his own house. That was strange. He didn't say bye to me or Dot. Anyway, I didn't take much notice of it. Later that night, I was laying in my bed, and I heard loud footsteps coming from next door. Then a scream. Then several thud noises, and then silence. What the hell? Did Dot drop something? I was a bit concerned, but it was nothing that kept me awake. I woke up in the morning to ask my mum to check up on Dot, as I heard crashing in her house the night prior. That's when she told me. Those words that left me in utter shock. I'm sorry to say, Dot died a few days ago. She fell down the stairs and the damage was too severe. A few days ago. It's been almost 10 years since Dot died, and to this day, I cannot explain what happened and who I had seen in her garden the day earlier. All I know is that last night, whilst I slept, in the vacant house next door to me, I heard crashing, as if someone was falling down the stairs. This room is great. I have a sink, a mini fridge, a hot plate to heat water for tea, and a TV with my Switch hooked up. My Kindle with all the books I could dream of. I have a door that goes outside so I can get dressed and go to work. I'm essential. I work in a grocery store. Unlike everyone else in the house, I have to leave. I share a bathroom with my husband, but that's it. I rarely see anyone else outside of work or through the windows when I get home. The first few nights were awesome. I played on my game system, started reading. I've been working on the 5th novel since last week. Then it started. A feeling at first that someone was watching me. There's a big window in this room, as it's normally the plant window. One of those big 3-paned semicircular windows that's big enough to put a sitting area if you wanted. Specifically through the right glass panel that faces my bed. The feeling comes and goes, but only at night. I'm not modest. I could care less if someone saw me naked. I'm not promiscuous by any means, but not particularly attractive either. I have short buzzed hair, extra poundage, and nerdy glasses. My eyes are a cool hazel that swap from brown to green, but the rest of me is bigger than average. To work, unusually wear dress, pants and collared shirts, and at home, leggings and hoodies. Not really the type of woman most peeping toms would look in on, let alone come back for more. the feeling comes and goes. It's been happening more often than not. It only ever happens at night, and it happens whether my light is on or off. What started as a feeling slowly developed into a malevolence. It feels more and more like someone is watching me with intense anger and hatred. I don't know how else to explain it. As if someone from outside is trying to get in, and their hate is palpable. Then dreams started, probably brought on by this feeling. Someone standing there, a figure, just staring in, unmoving, and usually not even the subtle sway of a living person, not a rise and fall of breathing. At first, the figure was just a shadow. There is still no features, but it has become a solidified darkness, as if the figure was literally cut out at the edges and darkness remained. When I wake up, I'm always covered in sweat and terrified and stare out the window. Sometimes I can fall back asleep if I can completely cover every inch of myself with a blanket, just like a child. I've gotten to where I can't sleep unless that door to the porch and the outside is locked, and I can focus on some sort of calming audio to distract me. I can't understand. What is this thing? Why is it so angry at me? What did I do to get its attention, and how do I make it go away? No, I don't do any drugs. Never have. I have at most a cider every other day with dinner. I'm so freaked out about whatever is making this feeling and these dreams happen. Are there any things that follow this pattern? I'm not familiar with many paranormal events outside of the usual story fare. I first heard of the Wendigo when reading an article several years ago about Wendigo psychosis. What was described as a cultural mass hysteria that occurred when individuals in certain tribes who had committed cannibalism or were facing starvation began to act violently, believing they were Wendigos. This article went on to briefly state the Wendigo legend, and to my understanding, the myth was that the Wendigo was one of two entities. One, a spirit that possessed people suffering from starvation in winter, driving them to commit cannibalism. And two, a person who had indeed resorted to cannibalism and was transformed by their wicked deed, becoming an emaciated humanoid that was unable to satiate their hunger and hunted humans to eat. But over the last couple of years, I've been seeing all sorts of claims that Wendigos are deer-like, look like zombie deer, are humanoids with antlered skulls or some such amalgamation that usually involves cervine features and antlers. I can't seem to find anything reliable that says this is a traditional or cultural description of the Wendigo. However, I did notice that Wendigos and skinwalkers are often lumped into the same lot, as it were, and skinwalkers are far more varied in appearance. As a skinwalker is an individual able to shapeshift with the use of magic and animal pelts, they certainly could have a cervical appearance. The most compelling tales I've read and heard tend to involve canine shapes, but I can't help but think from the things I've read that a skinwalker is more likely to be antlered than a Wendigo. So where has this pop culture image of the antlered Wendigo come from? I invite you to share your knowledge, research and resources here. My personal theory is that the Wendigo and skinwalker legends have become blurred, causing confusion. Aesthetically, ungulate skills are particularly creepy, so it also makes sense that artists would enjoy using that imagery in their work, further perpetuating this description. For some context, I'm an investigative journalist that likes to dabble in paranormal investigation. My assignment for the week was to find out why there were so many aircraft disappearances along a certain route. The original consensus was faulty aircraft or neglect from the company, but after further investigation, it was found that multiple airlines and models of aircraft were used on the route. I dug for days, but couldn't find anything substantial that could explain all of the disappearances. So, what was my solution? Fly on the route, of course. Probably not my best idea, admittedly. I figured if I rode on one of the flights, and there was some sort of misconduct practiced, I could catch it. You must understand, it wasn't every flight that disappeared. The amount was just large enough for someone to take notice, and we were still thinking it was an easily explainable cause. How little we knew. The flight itself is a 4.5-hour flight across the country. No seas, oceans, or lakes large enough to hide a plane, let alone multiple. The only equipment I had was this laptop, a camera, and a satellite GPS that wouldn't affect the plane's instruments or communication. I also decided to go big with a first-class window seat and in-flight Wi-Fi. If I ended up getting a scoop, I'd make back my money and then some. The first 2 hours of the flight have been normal. Takeoff was swift and painless, and the crew came through with refreshments about an hour in. I spent my time observing every aspect that I could. I watched the crew, the other passengers, and as much of the plane itself as I could see through the window. My GPS showed that we were on the exact route we were supposed to be on. All is well. I must have dozed off. It's dark outside now. I'm not sure where we are. My GPS is acting up. We must be in the middle of a storm. Strange. I remember the pilot saying it was supposed to be clear along the entire route. Maybe it was just a sudden electrical storm. Everyone else seems calm, so maybe the pilot made an announcement about it while I was out. There's a man on the wing of the plane. That may sound almost normal, except we haven't landed yet. We're still 30,000 feet up in the air. Somehow, though, that's not the strangest part. He's wearing a 1990s dive suit, one of the ones with a huge metal helmet. He's covered in seaweed and barnacles. He's just standing there, staring. He hasn't looked at me. In fact, he hasn't moved at all since I first saw him. He's just staring at the side of the plane directly in front of him. I guess whoever's back there has the window shade pulled down, because no one else seems to have noticed him. Something is wrong. It's still dark outside. The electrical storm must have passed, though. My GPS is rebooting. The GPS is saying we're above a huge body of water. There's nothing like this on the route. I can't be sure, but I think the diver moved. He looks closer to the plane than he was before. It's been 5.5 hours. The clock on my laptop was showing the wrong time until a few minutes ago. I don't know what's happening. Everyone is acting like this is normal. Reading books, watching movies, sleeping. It's like this is just every other flight to them. The captain or crew haven't done anything since when the plane was supposed to land. No announcements, no drinks. Hell, not even a walk through the cabin to see if everyone's okay. Okay, he definitely moved. Now he's facing my window. He has this huge gloved hand outstretched towards me. I don't know what to do. I can't get anyone's attention. When I try, they just ignore me. The GPS still says we're above the same huge body of water. I can't even tell where. The screen won't move or zoom. It's just blue. I know it's not frozen because the altitude is still fluctuating normally. It's getting darker outside. I'm scared for my life. The driver made one final adjustment. His huge barnacle cover hand changed into a point, pointing directly at me. The altitude is still changing, but it's dropping, and fast. Shit. I'm starting to see the waves below me. Guys, I think it's over. I'm just trying to type this out as fast as possible now. At least I have my answer. It's not a malfunction, and it's not misconduct. It's him. It's the huge figure pointing at me from through the window. I hope this uploaded in time. This is it. The waves are getting closer.